Hello? Is this thing working? Glove. Okay. Welcome in. How we doing? Nice. How you going, Dust? How the heck, crumpled paper? Tavern is so empty, only dust. True. Only specks of dust. How you going? How's your weekend? Need to get your sleeping schedule back on track. Yeah, fair. Samesies. Oh, nice. Billy almost with the first. Yeah, not bad at all. How you going, bud? But yeah, my sleep is a bit shocking at the moment. Unfortunately. So I can definitely empathise. Catch you soon. Do what you gotta do. Maybe if we crumple that side more. In that way, like that. Perhaps. Nice. Pretend up a third. How you going, bud? Probably. Gave too much of a headache. Yeah, fair. So within the hour of posting. Nice. People like it way more than you do. Fair. It'd also depend on how much you're selling it for compared to the rest of the market as well. I think would lead to different degrees of popularity. Mid. 15 is not mid. 10 is mid. 11 mid. Maybe 12. 15 is good. 15 is very good. If I rolled a 15 on a dice, I would be ecstatic. Nice. 10. Hell yeah. Mixture between two perfumes. Yeah, fair. Grumble time zones. Yep. If we could all just be on the same time zone, we'd make things a lot easier. If we can chop with that world, that'd be great. It's very headache inducing. I mean, fair. It's one of those things where different people have different reactions. Like some people get motion sick, other people don't. So it'd be the same with scents as well. What did I roll? I rolled a solid 10. Don't think the only hours that you'd have daylight being during the early night to midnight would help your sleeping habits. Yeah, no, that would be rough. To be fair, that I don't help myself even when I do have access to sunlight. I just forget to open my blinds. It's a terrible habit to have, given that, yeah, as you said, like, daylight helps to keep you on top of things. Currently the high roll. Yeah. Speaking of rolling dice, ran a one-shot on Sunday for a couple of the Tavern peeps. It was Fields, Alt, and Fire this weekend, and it was really good. It was the first time playing for Fields, first time truly playing for Fire, and Alt hadn't played in a very, very long time. So it was really, really, really cool to see that they were so enthusiastic. If it isn't your favourite Skelly Rat, I've been on this one for ages, but I don't know. I'm happy to keep plodding along with it until it's done. In the words of your favourite art streamer, how you going? Yeah, how you going, man? How you going? How's your weekend? Yeah, pretend that's what you get. That's what you get. Yesterday, you're at the theatre group, looking out the window at the darkness of night, thinking of yourself, man, looking forward to going home, eating something and going to bed, then looked at the clock, saying 3 p.m. Hey, as you said, it's a bunch of compounding. It's a bunch of compounding variables, right? Where 1, your sleep is already royally stuffed. 2, as you said, like lack of sunlight specifically, and 3, also the fact that your particular neck of the woods does funky things with sunlight. I don't know. It's tough. It's very tough. Weekend has been good. Just finished a tutoring lesson, so you're a bit amped for nearly 3 a.m. But here we are. You just finished tutoring at 3 a.m.? Good Lord. That angle isn't right. Something like that. Something like that. That's better. This is probably too vivid. You can kind of hide it in the shadow a little bit. The scene between the buildings. Shouldn't really be focusing on this too much, given that I've got the clock tower to finish. Let's do that. Japanese lessons, a time diff. That would be why. Fair. So you're learning Japanese? That's awesome. I should learn a little bit before I go back. I should learn a little bit. It shouldn't be too hard to get like semi-conversational. That'd be cool. I did see an Instagram post the other day that was 2 people in full cosplay standing opposite sides of a train station with the tracks in front. One was yelling fluent Japanese at the other one. And the other guy over the other side was just using catchphrases from different anime in response. So I'm just hoping I'm not the second guy. Straight from France, free shipping courtesy of the brand. Oh, nice. Awesome. So yeah, my aspiration would be to learn some Japanese that's actually usable. I think from memory, they might have been like character moves. Like I remember distinctly Getsuga Taisho being yelled by one of them, which is definitely something from Bleach. So I imagine he was just yelling out move names, which is even funnier. What do I know so far? Super simple stuff. Just picked up from last time I went. Nothing in depth. Like an oishi desu is something that is like describing something as being delicious. Sumimasen is sorry. Ohayo. It's just like super simple stuff. Just little words here and there. Arguably spent more time learning what to learn than you have learning at this point, so you're very curious. No, that's fair. But yeah, just like situational things that I picked up here and there. No formal learning whatsoever. But I should turn that around, because my intention is to head over to Japan at the end of next year. So 2026, at the end of 2026, head over to Japan, and do a little bit of streaming from Japan. It wouldn't be like for the whole time. It would be maybe like 3 times a week or something, but still. Hi Albatross, how you going? Welcome. How's your weekend? Hope you're feeling better. If that's the stuff I want to work on, recommend renting a Pimsleur book from your local library for free, working with that, or brush your hair, or drive for digital ink for your art streams or something. Yeah, okay. Audiobook, yeah. Yeah, I have heard just listening to it makes it stick a little bit better. I've heard mixed things about Duolingo. I might give it a go, we'll see. Something to help an abdominal headache. An abdominal ache? Oh, yeah, no, for sure. For sure. The Bar Dwarf will mix something up for you. Have the app too, but they charge monthly. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's usually a subscription fee. Been busy setting up your Twitch. Might be streaming tonight if you can work out the audio stuff. Hell yeah, that's exciting. That's awesome. Yeah, let me quickly see how we go in terms of me being able to catch a little bit of it, because time zones are a hell of a thing, but I'll see what I can do. Duolingo is good for hiragana and katakana for sure, but it forces you to get through a few lessons to access katakana. I'm not too concerned with reading necessarily. Reading and writing isn't really a concern of mine. The translation camera function thing on Google Translate does wonders. That's something I'm satisfied with. It would be more conversational Japanese that I'd be able to quickly communicate really simple concepts. Duolingo uses AI. I don't recommend it. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll have a look at what the alternatives are. Mainly, the recent controversy is Duolingo is relying a lot on AI. That's the thing, right? Where a whole bunch of it started becoming more and more inaccurate, and then people looked into it and they're like, the CEO is like a massive AI advocate. Yeah, fair. Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look at what the alternatives are. Me talk is okay. Okay. Let me write this down. But yeah, just while I am, D&D on Sunday was great. It was fantastic. It was intended as a little trial run to see if I enjoyed running an online one-shot for a little group. And I did. It was good. So I'd be keen to run some more stuff moving forward. They laid off a bunch of people and the quality went down. Who would have thunk? Yeah. Yep. Wanted more than what Pimslaw offers. Say doing some of the Anki decks that are audio focused. Okay. Yeah. Pimslaw. Anki decks. And then I'll chuck in square brackets. Japanese resources. Boom. Locked in. D&D is always fun. D&D can always be fun, but sometimes it runs off the rails a little bit. But I feel as though I have enough experience now to kind of set up the players to be like, hey, like this is what we're expecting to experience going into the session. If you're wanting to kind of loosey-goosey come up with whatever, you can, but keep in mind that there are other people at the table. Like setting expectations, I think, is one of the most important aspects of D&D, and I feel as though I've got a lock on that now. More or less. I've had a couple of experiences in the past where players have very clearly kind of tried to derail the session, and I don't mean the session was on rails and therefore they tried to go off and do something else. It's more that they kind of tried to take control of the session and run it in a direction, which hasn't been great, but thankfully hasn't been the case in the last few times that I've played. These AI to erase array. Okay, I'll get rid of me talk. Pimslaw will teach you a lot of basic survival phrases and stuff pretty quickly. Say within a month, you'll know a lot more than when you started with. Those specific things, it's going to build a foundation in... it's not going to build a foundation in any meaningful way is the catch. It's good output practice, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is I don't necessarily need a strong foundation. It's just, as you say, like survival phrases to get me out of a bind would be good. And then any additional stuff that I can pick up on along the way would be nice. Because it's always fun to learn language. I learned a bit of German a couple of years ago. That was really fun. But it did become apparent to me that I don't have the drive to like fully learn another language. I just don't have that degree of consistency is the big problem. I can only tend to be really consistent with one thing at a time in life, and at the moment that's my art, so language learning always takes a backseat. Finally been working on setting up some fist one-shots. Might do an interest check for it in the Discord if you get closer to a finished state with it. Yeah, hell yeah. No, that sounds awesome. What helps a lot, watching Japanese streamers, more reading and writing, practice your language at the market, because setting discounts is important. Learned a lot of flattery speech. Yeah, it would all be within context, right? Where if you're in a really formal setting where you're learning, you're going to pick up on a lot of the formalities. Whereas if you're in a really casual setting, you're going to be picking up a lot of slang and modern speech, I guess would be the best way of putting it. So yeah, I can understand you picking up flatteries and bartering and that kind of thing in a market setting. He'd be a great fit for what I want. Yep. Agreed. 65% of your Korean, Thai, and Cantonese is flatteries. Fair. Sorted. It's everything you need. It's been about as much fun learning a new language as it is exploring a new open world game or something. Dopamine. Yeah, well that's the thing, is it's really addictive and really fun, but you don't make meaningful progress unless you're really locked in. And I just can't. I can't afford to lock in on something other than my career at the moment. Did a class on business Japanese, 2 years of it. Helped with the formal stuff and polishing up manners. I can imagine so. It would be really cool, I think, to go to uni for another language. I think that would be sick. That'd be awesome. Not for me, not at my current stage, but it's just one of those things. After having left school, there was this massive moment about 6 years later after I had left school, where I had this massive craving for like, hey, you know what? I would have loved to do drama. I would have loved to do media studies. I would have loved to do economics. I would have loved to do history. I would have loved to do geography. I would have loved to do human biology. Like there's a sudden craving to just learn stuff. Language study is one of those ones where it's, I would have loved to just like learn French or something at school. That would have been sick. So it's whenever I'm listening to somebody complaining about like, I'm in school at the moment and it sucks. I'm like, sure, but like also you could learn so much. You could learn so much, so many opportunities. C'est la vie. Study a few hours a day in one way or another. Never regret doing it, which is more than you can say for late night gaming binge. Agreed. Business Japanese teaches things like proper bowing posture, which tend to give you business cards with, how to hold money, social order. Yeah. All of the nuance. Had problems with your Spanish teacher during the second year of taking it? Third year, you just didn't have the mental energy to catch up? Fair. Kind of sad about it now, because it'd be nice to at least have more of that base to build off of. I keep it at surface level regret. It's like, it would have been nice, but I don't ruminate on it, because you could sit there having a think about like, I could have done this, I could have done that, could have done this and that. Oh God, think of all the lost opportunities, but you can't do anything about it now. One thing that is a good skill to pick up though is if you do have a pang of regret regarding an interaction or a decision that you made, instead of just thinking like, crap, I should have done this, and this, I wish that I had, instead of just doing that analysis, instead going, hey, you know what? Yes, I do actually have this regret. The next time I have an opportunity like that, I should do this kind of thing instead, and try and sculpt it into experience rather than just regret, if that makes sense. Like for example, now if I was given the opportunity to go into a course to do something, I probably would pick it up. I'd probably do it. Your great aunt Hyde hopes you'd work in the UN with her, since you're a polyglot, but sometimes knowing too many languages is bad. Don't think you have the storage capacity. You blue screen often. Your great aunt had hopes. No, yeah, you're all good. You're all good. I only know a couple of languages, and no, I only know conversational Greek and German, as well as English. But even then, I find myself occasionally tripping over myself with intending one thing and saying another, and that kind of thing. So for as many as I'm led to believe that you know, based on the couple that you mentioned, that would be a little bit nightmarish, I'd imagine. Not laying asleep at night over it. Just know to have an easier time getting into language learning now if you didn't have the baggage. It's not a priority at all in your life to learn, so you probably won't. That's fair. That's fair. The only reason why I mention it is because I have had moments like that where I have sat there thinking about like, I should have done this. Regret, linger, ruminate, and it doesn't help out at all. What if we... Can't even begin to imagine Belly starting Japanese and you've already had a few awkward moments where someone says something to you and you don't know if you're in a position to practice Japanese or if you should respond in English like normal, just staring at them awkwardly, or you make the decision of what to say, like, yep. Most people are quite happy with attempts to communicate. So even if you're not super accurate, they are still appreciative of the fact that you tried, is what I've found. You'll occasionally have a weirdo who's offended, but just ignore them. It's fine. Can have conversations in Hindu, Korean, Japanese, Cantonese, French, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese. Often forget words. Break things down to the bare minimum. Think your funniest mess up you call napkins thin trees. Can't forget Patoy. But Patoy is a polygon language. Interesting. Hi, Miz. Hi, welcome in. Hi, everybody. Sorry if we're still in ads. We are still in ads for the next couple of seconds. Welcome in. Hopefully you didn't get hit by ads on the way in. Welcome in. How you going, Miz? How was stream? What are napkins but thin trees when you really think about it? True. Hi, Slinky. How you going? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Muerte, Nicelia, Small Snow, hi. Hi. Hey, how you going? How was stream? How'd you go? What were you up to? Patois? Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Ooh. Thank you for the follow, Boops. Welcome to the Tavern. Stream was good. Played a spooky game. Ooh. It wasn't the same spooky game that you were playing before. The H.P. Lovecraft kind of spooky, like Call of Cthulhu style investigation game, was it? Hi, Boops. How you going? How was your weekend? It was called Hollow Body. Interesting. Miz, you know the deal. If you've got any work that you'd like to share, I would love to see it. Either directly in the chat or in the Discord. Either works. Whatever you're happy with. Present the art tags. You don't have to, but I recommend it. Still on the board. But hi, welcome in, everybody. If you haven't met me before, I'm Harley. Nice to meet you. I'm a freelance fantasy artist, so any sort of fantasy picture, portrait, scene, landscape, that kind of thing. I do most of everything. If you like that kind of stuff, you might like me. Welcome in. Think you got something? Yes, please. What is thick but stacks of thin? Oh no, we're getting too conceptual. We're going too deep. How are we all? How was our weekend? As raiders come in, you should go. Might be able to come in again later, but have a nice rest of the stream. See you around. Catch your dust. Look after yourself, bud. Speaking of weekend, though, a D&D session on Sunday went very well. Very, very, very well indeed. Had a couple of newbie players, but they rocked it. They were amazing, awesome, flawless. You love fantasy. You'll love Miz's work. A little bit, Eldritch. If you like Eldritch, you'll love Miz's work. He's in the Discord. Oh, let's have a look. This is sick. This is awesome. I'm playing Hollow Knight at the moment with the intention of finishing it so that I can play Silksong. Aiming for 100% completion. It screams of Hollow Knight. I know that's not necessarily your intention, but it's all I can think about right now. It's sick. It's awesome. Really, 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 really cool. Really, 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 really cool. I love the combination of the green and the red. Really nice. Really, really, really nice. Clean. Yeah, good job. Good work. Whoop, 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 whoop. Windows 11, stop. Don't try and kidnap my windows. If you like Mrs. work, which you should, highly recommend giving them a follow. Highly recommend giving them a follow. Eldritch, in like the horrors. Yeah, yep. Tried watercolor. Is awesome. Really, really, really cool. Super clean, as I said. It can be quite easy to end up with muddy colors with watercolor when you're first starting, and you've kept it super clean. Really, really, really nice. Always talk about the Eldritch horrors, but never about the Eldritch cuties. True. We're always saying, stop killing me, Cthulhu, but we never stop to ask, why are you killing me, Cthulhu, you know? It could be a cry for help. It's all a matter of perspective. I should probably introduce what I'm working on. I've had this image stuck in my head for like 2 years now. It turned out incredibly different to what I had in my noggin, but that's okay. I am rendering it to completion, regardless of how accurate or not it is. I have been struggling with it, but that's okay. I've made peace with the fact that it's going to take a while, and I'm just going to keep plodding along until it's done. Should start over. Yeah. Classic. As always. Yes, always in the struggle. Always struggling. Specifically today, I'm trying to concentrate on the clock tower, but I keep getting distracted by everything. As soon as I zoom out, I start tinkering with other things. Not the play. Always say Cthulhu, stop taking over the world. We never say Cthulhu. Are you free this weekend? This Wednesday at 6. Do you like pasta? Yeah, exactly. In improv, there's a concept known as yes and, right? Incredibly helpful for maintaining momentum and making it feel like the other person involved is doing good things, right? It's very supportive. But there's another concept similar to yes and, very similar to yes and it's known as a no but. It keeps the momentum still whilst softly rejecting the initial concept, right? So you've engaged in a no but with Cthulhu, and therefore the Great Lord of Dreams knows that you're in it to help, you know? You and Cthulhu, the overarching Lord of Darkness, you're like this, you know? You're in it together. Don't worry, Cthulhu. I'm down to play ball. No, stop eating my cat. But we can go eat tacos. We can do that instead. What do you say? Playing Ark Survival, may have stolen a few Wyvern eggs, may have acquired a level 180. Oh, nice. It's a yes and. You've been wooing this magical cephalopod for years. Good. Oh no, Cthulhu. You've bumped into me in the hallway and I have dropped all of my papers. Can you help me pick them up for me, please? Ah, such a meet cute. Oh, Cthulhu, you look really uncomfortable in your cinema seat like that. Maybe, do you want to put one of your tentacles around my shoulders? Could you romance Cthulhu? Oh, with a 16. 16's not bad. Let's see. Okay. So you've rolled like a 16 persuasion, right? Hey Cthulhu, do you want to go watch the movies with me? Let's see what kind of insight Cthulhu gets. Ooh, okay, so Cthulhu can't really pick up on what you're putting down, but that's okay because you're luring Cthulhu into some sort of cosmic romantic trap. Romance tropes, but Lovecraftian. Yeah. Yep. No modifiers. It's just flat rolls in chat. People only think he's horrifying because he has space to grow. Just look at whales. If they grew in a lake, they'd be tiny. That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. They hate it because they don't understand it. You know. It's like, this thing feasts on like unsuspecting victims, but like, you know, so do cats, and everybody loves cats. As an eldritch horror, you have a +2 to persuasion because mind powers. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's not particularly spoilery. If you've played Baldur's Gate 3, the initial premise of the game is that you have had mind flayer worms put in your heads, right? That's the initial, that you find that in the first like 5 seconds of the game, okay? No spoilers. You can lean into it though. And let's say by the end of the game, let's say by the end of Baldur's Gate 3 on the playthrough that I was doing with a couple of buddies of mine, let's say I too had +2 to persuasion as well. Very much so. In Cthulhu's defense, entered his home, built boats to move on his roof. That's fair. That's fair. That's intrusion on our part. Miz, by the way, if you have to look after yourself post-stream, no worries whatsoever. You have to eat, sleep, drink, whatever you got to do. No worries if you have to bounce. Blur. See, my mind's already spaghetti, and I'm not even an hour into streaming already. It takes a lot out of you. Mega hungry. There it is. So you're gonna be raiding and running? All good, all good. Thanks for looking after the little horrors for you. Of course. Happily so. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for trusting me with your little horrors, as you've said. Look after yourself, bud. Have a good night. That's why sharks get a bad rap. Because they're like, excuse me, what are you doing in my house? Whereas dolphins are like, welcome, welcome. I eat people, welcome. That's fair. No, I feel as though that's why I have such a fear of the ocean, is because I'm being incredibly conscientious. I don't want to swim through somebody else's house. Sounds awful. Make a safe space here as always. Thank you. That is the intention. Did you ask first? Knock even? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If somebody started backstroking through my front door and like through the living room out the window, I'm going to be staring at them with the newspaper out. I'm going to be looking over the newspaper with my glasses down like this. Pardon? Excuse you? Knock first. You know? Reminded of a thing that was pointed out to you that scared you a little in D&D? Yeah, hit me with it. Oh, just as a quick reminder, because I haven't mentioned it in a little while, there is an art quest available at the moment. If you're looking for something to draw to, if you're looking for a fun prompt, just to spend 5 minutes on, art quest is available. No pressure, but it is available. Ask the water before entering. She'll protect you. I'm coming in. The Tarask has spines. It would do, yeah. Yeah, it does. I'd say that the spines of the Tarask are the least of your concerns, though, because it's the size of a small town. You'd be crushed to death before you even look at the spines, you know? Hi, Billy. Is that the dinosaur with a pitchfork? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's one of the iconic D&D specific creatures, similar to like a beholder or an illithid. From an evolutionary perspective, spines are a defensive mechanism against being... okay. I see. I've pieced it together. Against being swallowed, the Tarask, which is the size of a small town, has spines. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, it's a horrifying concept. The thought of, okay, why is the Tarask built for defense? What's going on? Hello? But a Leviathan is the size of Georgia, the country. Yep. Well, that's the thing, right? There's always a bigger fish. In a D&D campaign you played, there was a huge room you found beneath an entire island that had 3 Tarask chained up. Underneath them was something with an eye so big that all 3 were on the pupil. Well, that's a cheery thought, isn't it? No, that's it. I'm done. Nothing matters. Who cares at that point? Eat me. Literally, it's always a fish. So much room to grow in the ocean. Yeah. Yep. You never asked Lex what that was? I mean, to be fair, it seems like a thing that's on the incomprehensible side. if you asked them what it was, they might just start laughing maniacally. Is it yeah, it's Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I think it's Guardians 2 where Drax is on the inside of a giant alien and he's singing with two knives, just going ga 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 ga, like stab 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 stab. I love the thought of fighting a giant beastie or whatever, and then just like gah, determination. No damaging this thing, I'd imagine so, yeah. Think it was forever asleep / dead. Ah, right. Even creepier. Pretty sure that's at least 12 of its damage. That's a very optimistic way of thinking about things, yeah. But this thing has thousands of HP. Yeah, well, it has 12 less now. You considered that? It's a really low chance, but it's never zero. Yeah. Wouldn't know because you've poured alcohol. True. Excuse me. I had 3 ravenous Tarrasque stomping on its eye. A drink of alcohol is doing nothing to... Yeah, true. You're a menace to your DM. I feel as though there are fun menaces and not fun menaces. There's a difference. The Tarrasque and Tiamat have the same CR. Well, CR isn't perfect. It's a half-decent ballpark. No printed creature with a higher CR. It's a thing like that that keeps you up at night. It's weird. CR is an accurate way of balancing encounters, but it doesn't... it doesn't quite account for... nuance as much. Because I'd say that a party that can deal with a Tarrasque or Tiamat could kind of deal with basically anything. Could basically deal with anything, yeah. So the difference between a Tiamat and a Tarrasque isn't going to be apparent, you know? Because either way, they're dealing with the problem. Fed spicy pastries to a witch because you wanted to see what would happen. It initiated a battle, but on a handicap. Her tummy hurted. Can't cast spells properly on a tummy ache. True. Also, the economy of spellcasting. Oh, don't even get me started on the economy of D&D, full stop. But apparently, though, the 2024 rules with the introduction of something called bastions kind of soft deals with the problem of adventurers having infinite money, which I do like. I'm eager to try it. Very, 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 very eager to try it. Adventurers had money. Yeah, yep. The economy has balked the value of a suit of full plate in comparison to the annual earnings of a town. Yeah. Yep. Literally. for tummy hurt as well as it being spicy, the battle could suddenly end in your victory due to the reason said tummy pain causes severe, even more painful runs. Exactly. Well, that's the thing, right? Is D&D combat takes place in a couple of seconds. So presumably if the battle went on for too long, then maybe they would have to evacuate. What prose art have I stolen here? Some chump named Bizmaster. Hi, Biz. Nothing to see here. It's just, don't worry about it. No, it's fine. How's it going? Hi. How are you? I love your art. It's really good. Also just sending the spell and how it completely reshaped the world. Oh, for sure. Not just that, just the fact that, like, sleep as a spell exists, mind controlling spells exist, truth receiving spells exist. Like, there are a whole bunch of spells that exist that just break the concept of a functioning society. As soon as you start thinking about it, it falls apart very, very, very quickly. Overwatch concept art, right? Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Your digital painting skills don't allow that kind of prestige. Yeah, but your pixel art skills, though. Is there a D&D version where casting costs coins instead of spell slots? Wizard always being broke? Well, that's the thing. Wizards canonically should be quite broke most of the time, given that it costs quite a lot to transcribe spells into their spell book. So if you as the DM are feeding the wizard with spells often enough, they should be always low on cash. They should be. They should always be low on cash. Keen, hi. Welcome to the tavern. Thank you for the follow. How you going? How's your weekend? Please spare me a couple coppers so I can cast magic missile. Well, it's less for the casting and more for the transcribing. It costs what, like 5 gold coins of inscribing materials just to transcribe a single spell. Just lurking? Not a problem. Not a problem. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy. Sleep as a spell is so inclusive because every member of the party can use it. Barbarian use magic? Absurd. I cast sleep loud enough while bonking the enemy over there. Yeah, exactly. Sleep! But like your magic items eat... Yeah. Okay, so like an alternate universe. Fair. It'd be rough to be a magic user. It'd be very rough to use a magic user. To be a magic user. Coins instead of spell slots. Oh, you wouldn't do it instead of spell slots. You'd do it instead of magical, magical components, right? So a lot of spells are like, if you want to cast this spell, you need to have the twig of a tree. You need to have like a bag of sand. Blah 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 blah. You just replace all of that with like, you need 3 gold coins or something akin to that. So it wouldn't be. No, as you say, if you had infinite money, you'd be able to cast infinite spells. Probably not good. Fireball is just a Molotov cocktail. Being a wizard is easy. Funnily enough, there's a campaign online called there's a group of players online called Legends of Evantris, and they've got a campaign called Unrooted or Rooted, depending on which, but whatever. And one of the characters, Peggy, actually functions like that. She's a frog who invented magic, quote unquote, and literally just like throws Molotov cocktails at people to cast Fireball. It's very funny. It's very, very, very funny. There's a price for hiring a caster to cast a spell for you. If you're not a caster, and canonically arcane users are semi-rare, also depending on the edition, how do plagues happen when there are spells and abilities that cure them? So you make an argument for casting costs and yada yada. That's the thing, right? Is there's an element of suspension of disbelief where you kind of have to go, yeah, you could cure most of these problems with magic, but we kind of just have to assume that they don't for reasons. If you start getting into the minutiae like that, the amount of planning that you'd have to do in order to account for everything under the sun, you'd spend more time making sure that your economy works rather than just playing the game. And that's a bit of a problem. New painting? No, not new painting. Not new painting. Sorry, Bollicher. Sorry to crush your dreams. But it's the same painting as before. Unless you're working on a new painting, in which case that's very exciting. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I'm in this one for the long haul. Components get ignored by every DM you've ever played with. Literally say at the start of the campaign, don't worry about your components. Won't matter unless your character asks as part of roleplay. Usually, a spellcaster has a spellcasting focus with them, whether that's a staff or an amulet or a ring or something that helps them cast magic, and that usually accounts for the spellcasting components. Not many DMs just like completely waive components, especially for things like Revivify that require a diamond worth, it's either 250 or 500 gold pieces, I can't remember. But usually DMs play along. You're busy when you listen, so you didn't absorb everything. All good, all good. Gonna get back to setting up stuff. We'll be lurking that. Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy to help. I'll just wait until we're through ads to respond to the last couple of messages, just to make sure that we haven't lost people. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you, Bollicher? How was your weekend? Grew up on 3.5, which is probably the most economically booked. Also one of the worst for scaling, because holy crap, was it nuts? Yeah. 3.5 was mechanically dense. Let's say that much. I believe technically it was either 3.5 or 4 that I learned D&D through. I can't remember because I lost focus very quickly. I relearned and fell in love with D&D through 5e, but that's a pretty common occurrence. I'd say that that's most people's experience with it. If you were stuck in ads before, Albatross, good luck with setup. Let me know if you have any questions, okay? You've had 3 DMs so far. 2 are brothers, though. That's fair. I mean, it's still good that you've had that many. It can be difficult to find people who are willing to go through the process of DMing. Play along until the wizard is jealous of the bird's charisma. Tries to use the cheap tricks at the tavern. But as the... Hi? Hello? Sorry, 2 seconds. Hi, Elise. Hi. Welcome in. How you going? How was stream? Welcome. What were you up to? Art, presumably. Let's have a look. Streaming art. Yeah. Elise, if you have any work that you would like to share, I receive art tax here. So if you've got a link to something that you've completed recently or something that you'd just like to show off, I'd love to see it. Either posted directly in the Twitch chat or in the Discord, either works. Whatever works better for you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Notice you... Oh, obviously. I couldn't miss you even if I wanted to. How you going? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. If you haven't met me before, hi, I'm Mahali. Nice to meet you. I'm a freelance fantasy artist, so portraits, character work, scenes, landscapes, any sort of fantasy painting is usually my stick. If you like this kind of thing, you might like me. Welcome in. Today in particular, working on a piece that I've been sitting on, working on for the past few weeks. It's taken a while, but I'm determined to get it done. Determined. Whoa. Posture check. Fair. Fair. Loving progress. How am I feeling about the art now? Better. I'm feeling better about it. It's no longer in the weird, murky, teenage awkward phase where you're like, oh, I don't know what to do with it. I hate my parents. Society sucks. Like, we've gotten through that, and now we're at the knows what it looks like, but need to figure out the little minutiae stuff. You need a focus and a component pouch because consumed components can't be replaced with a focus. Most people don't play it that way unless the spell has an expensive component. Yeah, that tends to be the way where it's usually played. Tends to be. Always have a soft spot for 3.5, but 5e definitely is a useful refinement. Makes it really nice to bring new players in. That's what I found is bringing new players into 5th edition of D&D has been super smooth. Super smooth. The indoctrination is incredibly effective every freaking time. Camera, hello. My eyes are over here. It's super smooth every time. There are no issues, no hiccups. Sitting on art does weird things to your posture. It does. It does. Pieces coming together. Thank you, Falcon. Thank you. It's getting there. It's getting there. I imagine that I'll only need another couple of days on it. There's hope. There's hope. Teenage face done. Now it needs a job. It does. Get off the couch, this piece. But in particular today, I want to finish the rendering of the clock tower. I don't want to have to worry about the clock tower anymore. I want it done. I don't want to have to think about it. And then once that's finished, I can worry about finessing the rest of it. Perspective in this is awesome. Thank you. Don't think it'll help. But to you, really like the composition and contrast so far. Rocking it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Art tax. Let's have a look. Yes, I saw this post on Insta. Before the main. Oh my god. Oh my god. The fins? Hell yeah. We've been working on Dinovember for the last few weeks with some of our other pieces, and it's a dragon. It's not a dinosaur, but it's giving me good dino feelings as well. Really, really, really cool. That's awesome. I love the color scheme you've gone with. Very poppy. I like that you have added additional detail. You can run into the pit trap of, because it's not on the mini, because it's not on the sculpt, I can't add the additional detail, but you've gone through and you've added these like camouflage lines. You've come through and put in these dots through the frame as well. Really, 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 really nice. Really, really, really nice. I love it. That's awesome. Lovely highlights and everything as well. Really, 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 really well done. Really, really, really well done. I love it. It's awesome. If you like sculpts like this, Elise has been working on some Silk Song stuff specifically recently. A lot of Silk Stuff song. Silk Song stuff. It's tough. Elise has been working on a lot of Silk Song stuff. So if you like that, please, I recommend giving her a follow. Really, really, really do. Thank you for sharing. Dragons are just dinosaur mages. Yeah, I'd believe that. I believe that. Another additional experiment was the pattern, because you don't do that at all, was an experimental piece. It turned out amazing. It's awesome. You'll take constructive criticism if anybody's got any. Brain and tongue has a hard time. Yeah, you can say that again. You can say that again. It's incredibly tough. In terms of constructive criticism, I don't know. It's well outside of my wheelhouse. Really, really, really outside of my wheelhouse. The only thing that I can think of maybe is like color theory stuff, maybe. But even then, it's like a really poppy color schematic. Like if you're going for poppy, then you've nailed it. So your brain went with that twisting. No. I truly derailed on that one. Was this clay? I believe it was 3D. Yeah, it was 3D printed. Yep. Still counts because when dino fossils were first discovered by the Chinese, they found fossils first. They thought the dinosaur fossils were dragon fossils. Tried constructing them that way. Well, that's the thing, right? Is the fate of dinosaurs and dragons will forever be intertwined. You're beloathed, easy to set up, but your god, it's mind-numbing and time-consuming. No, sorry, I don't have an experience with it. I'd love to give you help. I'm unfortunately forever tied with OBS. Still playing around with colors, going out of your comfort zone, so still learning. That's what I recommend. That's what I recommend. It's better to go off the deep end and try stuff rather than play it safe, because you're not going to learn that way. That's why I've been struggling with this piece in particular, because I have gone off the deep end with it, but I don't regret it even for a second. Okay, maybe there was some regret earlier on, but I don't regret it because I'm learning a ton from messing with my usual process. So similarly, I've gone with quite abnormal colours for me with this one, and it's been fun. Just got a filament printer for little to nothing. Oh, nice. Need to get you a 3D printer. They're really cool. Really, 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 really cool. The more I think about it, the more I consider the upsides of getting one. But I'll probably be moving out of my current place in the next 6 months or so. So I'll probably wait to move first and then make the decision after that. A bot for Discord modding for roles automate. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, bot is in the name, obviously. There you go. Hi, Sunshine. Hi, welcome in. Hi, how you going? Lots of raids today. Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Holy dooly. Hell yeah. Hi, hi, hi. How you going? How was stream? What were you up to? You know the usual, Sunshine. If you've got something that you'd like to share, I would love to see. I would love to receive art tags. No pressure, but... My camera's drunk today. Hello? But hi, welcome in everybody. Hi, if you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a freelance fantasy illustrator. I do portraits and landscapes and all sorts of fantasy painting stuff. If you like this kind of thing, you might like me. Welcome, welcome. Look at Mahali being the best. Don't hit me with that. How dare you? How dare you? How you going? How's your weekend? Camera? Yes. Lips are eyes, definitely. Yeah, definitely, totally right. It's very I'm something. I'll admit to being something. Oh, let's have a look. Nothing but Insta? No, of course. Of course, of course. If you haven't seen Sunshine's work before, you're in for an absolute blast. She has a very, storybook illustrator kind. We can get a better angle, I think. Very children's illustration style. It's amazing. Really, really cute. I love it so much. Because sometimes illustration goes for simple equals basic, and Sunshine doesn't do that at all. She goes for really effective but still detailed work. It's really, really, really good. Like the moth in the hair, the pine cone, the berries, the ribbons around the... It's so good. It's so, so good. Check this. Amazing. Amazing work. I mean, we were talking about color before, right? Bam. Bam! Really, really, really cool work. Highly recommend. If you like this style of illustration, highly recommend Sunshine. Give her a follow on both Twitch and Instagram. Highly, highly, highly recommend. You won't regret it. Oh, I didn't like this one. There we go. Boom. Really, really, really cool. Really, 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 really cool. Sunshine, if you've got to look after yourself post-stream, no worries whatsoever. If you've got to drink, sleep, eat, all the basic human stuff, decompress, no stress. All good. But hey, if you want to chill, happy to have you too. Giving big eyes vibes? Yeah, yep. Sadly you do. Need the foods? Yeah, please, go. Go. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for bringing your people. Have a great stream. Thank you. Enjoy your foods. When you get a new 3D pen, you're going to be needing more filament eventually. Won't you link the best one? Ooh. Eat, sleep, and conquer. Basic human. True. Must find small village. Assert dominance. Ugh. What's the inspiration for this piece? This is going to shock you, but I play D&D. I play quite a bit of D&D. And I had an idea in my head for an adventure with I know you don't, stop laughing, it's true. I had an idea in my head for an adventure, which is like a pre-written, where you write up a setting, a problem, and then you essentially have your players go along and try and find a solution to the problem. I had the idea about 2 years ago and had it partially written up. It was going to be a Groundhog Day style situation where at the end of the day, everybody dies. Everybody's soul gets sucked out of their body and they're like, oh no, oh, this is the worst thing ever. And then they wake up on the same day. And then it just continues, loops. And the person behind it at the end of the day was going to be a necromancer called the Rat King, who's responsible for these little critters. I've had this idea in the back of my head for like 2 years now, specifically this kind of image, but I didn't get around to finishing writing the adventure, but I still wanted to do something with the concept, so I'm doing a painting to kind of get it out of my head. Exercised. No, Aura, don't. Kate, Aura, don't laugh at me. I'm very sensitive to these things. Love that idea. Thank you. No, it is cool. It is a cool idea. Not to big up myself too much, but I do really like the concept. So I probably will run it at some point, but it'll require a lot of planning. Because you have to plan everything, right? Think Groundhog Day with what's his face, where he, like, everything in the town is basically accounted for, right? Every single NPC is doing the same thing on a daily basis, or like major events are happening again on a daily basis, and you have to make mental note of everything that's going on all at the same time. It's a lot of planning that you have to do. A lot of planning. Way more than any other adventure format. So it'd be tough, but I reckon I could do it eventually. Love trapping people in time loops, as do I. I also love this concept, but it's going to take a lot of work to get it off the ground. You love Rat Kings? Personal favourite Rat King is from Nutcracker? The OG. Groundhog Day is such a good movie. It is. I do enjoy it. I didn't watch it for the first time for ages. I knew of it as a concept for way longer than I actually knew of the movie. Currently running a West Marches style campaign with a lot of players. Nice. Was this... This is going to be cheeky. This is going to be cheeky off beat. Just hold on. Did you decide to do this before or after Critical Role Campaign 4 got announced as a West Marches format? I'm genuinely curious because I want to know like what the ripples of Brennan choosing West Marches as a format has caused. If it has affected you or not. Much before? Okay, noted. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. How many players, if you don't mind me asking? Dormammu, I've come to... Yeah, exactly that scene, but like a whole day, you know? Specifically the Barbie Nutcracker. Believe it or not, I've seen that movie. I had quite a few sisters who absolutely loved that franchise, so I'm familiar with most of them, and their strange mocap style animation. It's quite daunting, quite terrifying. Don't consume Critical Role content. Fair. Barbie movies are comedic gold. There's a strange, what's the word? What's the word for uncanny valley? There's an uncanny valley element to a lot of the movement of the characters, where it's almost like they've ripped direct mocap information. So whenever a character is moving around, there's like extra jittering with their movement, and they seem quite erratic. So it always creeps me out a little bit. I'm going to be a little bit blunt. Have 16 right now? Hot damn. No, that's awesome. That's really, really, really cool. How do you go about it? Because I know... Because some people run West Marches where it's very fluid, where it's just whoever's available at the time jump in, and then they might set a cap for players. So they might say like, okay, the first 5 to respond to the message or something, get involved this week, and then whoever's available for blah 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 blah. Or is it very much so like different tables, and then they can interchange with each other? You meant the dialogue? Oh, the dialogue too. Yeah. Believe it or not, I don't remember much of the dialogue. The visuals had too much of a strong impression, I think. Washed out everything else. Don't have to have a written script for every single character, since the thought of a person has usually going to come out similar each loop if they don't notice. Yes, but at the same time, I see what you're saying, but for a compelling adventure, there need to be little hooks everywhere. So if they decide to go to the west side of town, I want it to be that there is a compelling element in that part of town. It kind of sucks when somebody decides to, you know what, I'm going to go behind door number 1. And then they open up door number 1 and it's like, it's a brick wall. There was nothing there. It's like, okay, well, I'll go through door number 3 then. Excellent. Open up door number 3. It's a brick wall. Let's break and go. Yes. Love brick walls. Okay, DM. I'll go through door number 2 then. Excellent. I'm glad that you picked door number 2. You walk through door number 2 and it's the rest of the adventure. I hate that format because it means that even though they technically have choice, quote unquote, they really don't. They really don't have a choice. They've got the thing in front of them and nothing else. I don't like accounting for that. So going through and writing complex elements to different parts of the town is really important, so that if they do decide to go with doors 1 or 3, they have some enjoyment. You know, maybe it eventually leads back to door number 2, maybe, but there's some depth, so it feels like the scenario that they're in has a bit of depth. Don't schedule anything. It's a central hub where all the players do things in their own time. Basically, the players get together and say, I want to go do this thing. Who wants to join me? Get a party together. Then you work on a time to host it. And once you settle on a time, you get working on the session. Ah, that's really cool. That's really, really, really cool. Okay, so then it's almost self-organizing. That's really cool. Because that's always the problem with... That's always the problem with larger groups, is organising everybody at the table. Gonna go prep dinner, have a wonderful stream. Thanks for stopping past, Toys. Thank you for the raid. Look after yourself. Enjoy your food. a brick wall is just a door with more work. True. That's what you meant, because if a character is going to say a specific thing, their tone might change due to a difference in choice. With a different tone, their attitude and resulting following dialogue is going to be different as well. I never have set dialogue for that reason. I'll have a set sentiment. So I might say that the baker is upset because somebody dove in through the window riding on a dolphin and stole all of her bread, right? Cool. That's set for what the dialogue is going to be for the baker. So then if they go talk to the baker, if they randomly bring in like trampolines or something, then the baker's dialogue can very fluidly change, but the sentiment stays the same, where she still is hung up about the fact that somebody dove in through the window riding a dolphin, stole all her loaves, you know? Someone might not talk to them on the first loop because of being busy, but the second loop makes him aware. Might be frantically trying to make sense of the situation, be willing to ask. Yeah. Now you want to do a Barbie themed campaign? I mean, you could. That's the wonderful thing about tabletops, is that you can sculpt them in whatever way that you want. You can play Dungeons and Dragons in space. Space. If you wanted to. More like set opening line. They were going to say a thing, but they say it a little different each time. Yeah. Started with 5, and it quickly grew when you introduced to a gaming organization. Have to have a wait list for like 50 people. So what you're doing is teaching some others who are interested in being a DM, so you can run multiple groups and just keep a shared document where you record what happens in the world. They're basically a monster hunting guild in the Grim Hollow universe. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. It wasn't West Marches in the same way, but I had a friend who ran a paranormal investigation style setting where, as you've described, hub, go out on missions, and they're essentially like little 1-shots or 3-shots or whatever it happens to be. And the lovely thing about that format was that you could interchange whoever the DM was for that session. You could just be like, okay, well, hey, Rebecca, do you have a 1-shot that you'd like to run? She'd be like, yeah, I do. I would like to run the 1-shot, please. And then everybody else like preps characters, and then you go out through the hub. And then the next adventure might be Gary. The next adventure after that might be Charles, you know, whatever it happens to be. It's really, really, really cool. It's less formal, which is always the risk that you run with doing a full, like, dedicated campaign, right? Is that if the DM isn't available, what do you do? If the DM needs to step away for 3 months, then that's 3 months of no D&D. Have to find people, and because you want to do it, you'd have to host it, etc., etc. Yeah, fair. Might be angry or just amused, depending on other events. Yeah. Just going to overthink it. Hopefully tonight's stream will be lucid enough to be able to experience the fun. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Players might realise it's the same person because getting the description if they say the same thing as usual. For sure. That's one of the allures of doing the repeating events in a Groundhog Day style setup, is that they'd be able to pick up on patterns like that. Yeah. Yep. How was the weekend, by the way? Anybody get up to anything of note? Just before we get too far away from from introductions. Flexible ruler. Yeah, adds in about 30 seconds. Brace for impact, everyone. Thank you for sticking through them, by the way. Really appreciate it. Run away from the ads. Break and run. Didn't get to go to church or group, very sad. Got a cold today. Sucks. Sorry to hear it, bud. Offer drink as an offering. Thank you. Husband got you a whole 2-kilogram chunk of pork. Roasted it for you. It's so good. Yum. While you're sick as well. Hell yeah. Having fish tonight. Nice. What kind of fish? Tell me it's salmon. I love a good salmon. Crave pork like the end of the world, where in 5 minutes every time you get to have some, feel the world's better. Come on, ads, bring it on. Been unwell, but you had restarted your Animal Crossing island a few weeks ago, so that's fun. You play Palia. Ooh, the slice of life, is it like farming survival kind of game? So that's fun. You yesterday you made beef stew, and last night you made a seared salmon with rice and corn spice. Ooh, yum. Don't know what it's called, but salmon was yesterday. Fair. Kate just getting absolutely obliterated. Some celebrity makeup artist is trying to convince you to put whale poo on your face. That's tough. That's very tough. Got BenQ monitor, Foxwell car diagnosis machine. Ooh. They hate candy. Well, it's not Halloween anymore, Pretender. That's rough. Did any of you falter? Did we pull out credit cards? I hope not. I'm just glad that nobody got the David Beckham ad. I'm happy about that. You've returned. Welcome back. You have a little anti-depression tradition that you decided on when you were nearly an adult. Every time you get a commission, you have a roast of some sort. Best way to celebrate. Hell yeah! No, that's awesome. It's important to celebrate the good things. It is important, because I think I can speak on all of our behalves when I say that we all sometimes struggle with our inner critic a little bit. Am I accurate in saying that? So it's important to kind of counterweight it by really celebrating the good things, right? So that, yeah, you get the negative emotions and they stick and they linger, but you're still recognizing the highs, you know? If you're just recognizing the lows, then life can kind of get you down. Giving championship to something like getting a commission. Awesome example. Palia has some adventure aspects to it, but it's buggy, still in beta, but it's 100% free. Oh, I'm thinking of My Life in Portia or something, which is named similar but not the same. Very, very different game by the sounds of things. Cosmetic aren't free and you're gullible. Oh no. Pork crackling is a piece of heaven. I am going to maybe say something controversial. I really don't like pork crackling. Really, really, really dislike it. I'd rather be turned into a lemur than listen to that makeup. Go on, do it. Strike me down. You also don't like crackling? Ah, there you go. Pork crackling is basically pork fat that has been crispied. Paley is so good. Ah, there you go. I'm curious, by the way, Kate. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The spelling might be different. The K-A-I-T, or maybe it's C-A-I-T that I'm familiar with, is maybe Kate Sith. I believe that's either a Monster Hunting or no, Final Fantasy. I think it's Final Fantasy. They're little cat people, I think. Is that what your name is based off of? Chicharrone, maybe? Pork crackling is a lovely, crunchy, sweet and salty treat that comes from dyeing pork before roasting it. Why did I say dying? Drying pork before roasting it. Yeah, fair. It can be very chewy if it's not cooked all the way through, though. It's short for Caitlin. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, fair. I'm glad I asked, because otherwise it's one of those things that just sits in the back of my head like, it might be. It could be. I'll never know. Kate Zither from Final Fantasy. Ah, okay. I've got a vivid image of a little black and white cat with a red ribbon for a necktie and a little crown, I think. That might have been an Advent Children something or other. Chicharrona is when you take the skin, you fry it in oil and stretch it. Yeah, okay, sounds similar. But yeah, no, not my favorite. Not my favorite. But I've got a very strange taste in food, so it's not too surprising if it is an unpopular opinion. Crackling is still on the pork while you roast it. Why was I talking about D&D? Yes, D&D on Sunday. It was really good. The new players took a little bit to acclimatize to what a D&D is and what it means to play a D&D. But they adapted so quickly. They got into the momentum of things really well. I do not regret even for a second keeping it low combat, so not much combat at all. So it meant that the majority of the session was spent just playing D&D. The worst thing you can do is just sit there in encounter after encounter crunching numbers, because that's the kind of D&D that I hate. So they got to experience all the fun bits. It was really cool. Really cool. Was this with the gang? Yeah, it was. It went so well, in fact, that I think I'm happy to go ahead with more tavern-based adventuring, I think. It was a non-tavern adventure, the one shot, but happy to skew up more tavern-related in the future, I think. Spill the beans! Who played what? Fields played a rogue who he stole the watch off of the mayor. It was hilarious. He stole the watch off of the mayor that they received the quest from, basically immediately. I was so proud of it. It was so good. And then rolled a natural 20. Thank you for aiding in the storytelling, Noctua. Rolled a natural 20 for investigation into the watch. cracked open a little compartment in the back of the watch, and there was a teeny tiny little portrait in it of the male receptionist who was working for the mayor. And they spent the rest of the one shot speculating as to whether or not they were in some sort of lover's tryst. It was so funny. That was amazing. The main feedback that I received at the end was really, really, really enjoyed the one shot, but I'd also like to have another one shot where we find out more about this character. It was awesome. That was awesome. So Fields played a rogue. Fire played a fighter. She was like a classically trained soldier who was very regimented, and was taking no guff, which was awesome. It meant that when there were times of like indecision or confusion, whatever it happened to be, she should grab the reins and kind of charge forward. Really, really, really fun to see. And Alt played a ranger. So in terms of, there were no spellcasters. it was purely martial. They did really well, but like regardless of it, it was really cool to see. Really, really, really cool to see. They didn't need like any tracking spells or anything because they had the ranger. They didn't need to like go invisible or anything because they had the rogue. I don't know. They kind of covered for each other's weaknesses really, really, really well. Ranger technically becomes a spellcaster, kinda. They were level 1, so it wasn't really into the spellcasting at that point. So yeah, like overall, really, really, really good. And they finished it. I was so proud of them. I was so proud of them. The first group that I played through it with had pretty robust experience when it comes to playing D&D. One of them in particular I know plays a lot. Another one of them has played a lot in the past, and the third one has played a bit. So between the three of them, it took them 5 hours to complete the one shot, and I was pretty chuffed at the fact that we completed the one shot in one sitting. This group had 2 newbies and 1 relatively inexperienced player, and we still completed it in the one sitting in 5 hours. It was sick. It was awesome. They did really, 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 really well. Really, really, really well. Your legs asleep? No. Wake it up then. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Really good. Don't think any campaigns you've been in have had official D&D world construction, to be honest. I don't think so either. I don't think I've been in anything that's been official. That's not true. I'm in a game of Tomb of Annihilation at the moment. That's technically to the book. So, I suppose so. You're trying? You have to stop sitting on your feet. that would be a good start. Tomb? Yeah, okay. I just, whenever I think of like something in canon, I'm expecting like canonical, I am a hero of the Feywilds. I'm a hero of like the Sword Coast or whatever. Famous person, blah, you know? And we haven't really had that in Tomb, which I've been grateful for. I don't need cameos that I don't understand. But I keep forgetting that it's an official setting. You have indeed come down with a cold. Sorry, bud. Did the early attacking of tea help? At least a little bit? Here is Drizzt for some reason. Yeah, exactly. I don't need it. I don't need the cameos. Because then at that point in time, we're encroaching on that issue that I have with crossovers, where, you know, you've got Annabelle going off to slay a dragon, and then Spider-Man swings in and kicks the dragon in the schnoz, and you're like, why is Annabelle even there? There's a Spider-Man present. Who cares? I feel as though little cameos like that, where official D&D character X turns up and kicks the dragon in the schnoz, kind of falls into the same bad place in my brain of why should we even care that any of this is going on because a hero character has turned up, you know? That'd be so badass, though. I mean, it'd be something. Gonna roll for persuasion to convince chat to help you finish packing for the move. Ooh, 18 is a good roll. 18 is a very good roll. Yeah, well, I mean, what do you need moved? I'm free anyway, I'm not doing anything. What am I moving? Tough to say, but hasn't been affected. But you don't know if you didn't come with this cold. If it just didn't come with this cold. Right. Your throat. Yep. It's fun when the characters cross over with a hero character that is doing something else and will not help the characters. That's fine. At that point, that's completely fine. But if they stop in for a moment, like, aha, do you need help punching a dragon in the schnoz? At that point in time, that's a little bit of spoilers for campaign 3 Critical Role, but not really. That's part of the problem that I had with campaign 3 was it felt like the main characters were guest characters in their own campaign. It was very weird. Very weird. I didn't like it. If you're forced to play a goblin in this new Two Annihilation Party, Spider Goblin has promised. I mean, a Spider Goblin would be pretty good. I'm sure there's something that you'd be able to throw together to give your goblin spider climb. Just need to pack up your clothes, your setup, and you need both motorcycles to put on the trailer. I've never driven a motorcycle in my life, but I'll give it a go. Kind of funny learning that the Pirates of the Caribbean occurred in lore 2,000 years ago, and the current person in charge of the city after the zombie apocalypse is defective. Was that part of the setting that you played in, Jamie? Green Spider Goblin? Artificer? I mean, maybe. Do artificers get can they give themselves spider climb? You have a funny story. So a while back you played in a campaign, you rolled absolutely terribly, made a deal with your DM, you take a coin toss, if you win you reroll a stat, if you lose you play a coin. Oh, no. And how'd you go? Nah, not Green Goblin, the character. Okay. Different. Distinctly different. Legally different. Yep, okay. Just name such a way. Yeah, okay, well, apparently with Artificer you can give yourself spider climb. Hi, Mac. How you going? Hi. I've been working on this piece for 10,000 years, Mac. Help. It's tough. It's very tough. But we're almost done. Almost finished. A goblin in a homemade skin-tight suit. Okay. Goblin suit. Artificer. So they've got like a... they've got an invention that they're riding on as like a magic item. Yeah. Keep zooming out. Yeah, no, it does keep going. It's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it so far. There was a hiccup in the middle where I thought that it was the end of the world, but we've avoided the apocalypse. The chaos was intense. That sounds pretty intense based on what you've said, Jamie. I can't do that kind of D&D where it's where anything goes and anything can be anything. It's a little bit too chaotic for me. Some tables it really works though. Some tables it absolutely works, just wouldn't work on my table. You proceeded to lose the toss, so you made a kobold who was wall-eyed named Tooth was a fighter with terrible stats and believed wholeheartedly he was a dragon. Tooth was so fun, he has become your official mascot and appeared across every campaign in every setting somehow. Always managed to do things the normal adventurers never could somehow. That's fantastic. That's awesome. Your Stan Lee cameo of a character. No, that's awesome. That's really cool. Spider-Man, but as a goblin, not Green Goblin. The spy. Ah, okay. I see. I'm piecing it together now. Wasn't that anything goes? It's just that some things needed explaining, and the explanations were improv references. That's kind of what I mean. Like it's almost like a Super Smash Brothers of a campaign setting where just like you can just throw in references from anywhere and anything. It's a bit too intense for me. I'm getting distracted again and working on something other than the clock tower. But that's okay. I'm allowed. We want what? This kind of... Yeah, we'll go with that. Cool. I've just noticed that this angle is slightly wrong, so let's see if I can clean that up. Ba-boom. Ba-doom. There we go. Bud turned into an artificer by accident and built a warforge, and then you had 2 characters to play. Yeah, like pure chaos in all the best ways, but I wouldn't be able to keep up. Tooth once prevented a vampire from entering his own home because he was too dumb to know what treasure actually is, but knows that Dragon's Hoard treasure, believes the house was his because house is a treasure. So he like squatters' rights took ownership of a vampire's abode. That's hilarious. That's so funny. By my delusions, I now own this place. That's fantastic. Had a D&D campaign where your characters had a power which allowed them to resurrect 5 times upon death. You were turned evil, defeated by your allies and thrown into a pit unarmed, only to be attacked and killed to death by a goblin 5 times. Had to roll which race you were resurrecting as: dwarf, halfling, gnome, human, elf. You started as a dark elf and ended back there. Then your character became an NPC against the party. Interesting. So presumably you had to retire the character as... Yeah, okay. I've never experienced that where somebody has played a character as evil and I've had to confiscate the character and be like, this is an evil NPC now. Probably how I would have to deal with it if one of the players decided that their character's arc was become evil. Interesting to see it actually play out, though. No, I didn't understand interrupting at first, so it said no upon entering your room. Any room. As in every time you were killed, you needed to roll for a new race, then that version was killed. Rinse, repeat. Yep. This was in a Strahd camp, but yeah, Strahd can be weird. Strahd is very much so one of those pre-writtens where it's like, yeah, if you're not comfortable with your character being like wrestled from you, Strahd might not be a good time. It also depends on the DM as well, obviously, because some DMs can be, shall we say, gentle, where others may be less so. Didn't sound like Dan was gentle for that one. Yep. Go back to sleep to wake up in 2 hours, or do you eat leftovers? You've got to wake up in 2 hours, Shampoo? Oh, God. Yes, you should. Some rest is better than no rest. Please, please. If you're feeling tired, please go to sleep. That's what I recommend. One time the party was jailed. They blinked and Tooth was across the room, out of the cell, stealing a sandwich. Blinked again and he was back in the cell with them eating it. When the party asked him to break them out, he said he just kind of blinked out of sync, said he couldn't because the bars were in the... Agent of Chaos. Very Mixelplitalik? Mr. Mixelplitalik, I think is the name of the fourth dimensional being from Superman. Started as evil, was going down the path of retribution, then turned evil for Strahd spoiler reasons. 'Twas your character's downfall, yeah. Been world building a thing for a few years. Everything can reincarnate, even rocks. There are rules and reasons for it. Intelligent species can entangle their souls together to ensure they reincarnate together around the same time, general location, some general timeline. That's fun. I do like that. Have to wake up and help prepare your mum for work. Then you get ready for vestibular therapy, just sleeping to avoid eating. I would recommend sleeping if you need the sleep. If you are sleep deprived, I recommend doing the sleep, even though it's a short sleep. It's better for your brain than not. But if you've had plenty of sleep and you're just sleeping to avoid eating, then it's the opposite problem. I'd recommend eating. Gonna meet in BRB for a while? Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Woke up when stream started, did a big honk shoes right before stream started. It was a 7-hour nap. Yeah, okay. Eat then. Eat. Honk shoes. I've never heard it referred to as that. That's really funny. Honk shoe. Oh, that's good. I like that. Sorry, it took me a second to put it together. Is it a case of requiring to not eat because of the therapy but having hunger? It doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like Shampoo is just avoiding it to avoid it. You heard that for the first time from Sunshine a year ago? Really? No, I haven't heard that before. That's really funny. How Disney used to voice their animations? Fair. Yeah, I can see that. Shampoo is lazy. Chewing is a lot of work, but it's fish, so you put in some work. I recommend it. First time you've heard it since when you heard it from Sunshine. Here to Lassie we are. Chewing is exhausting. I have almost the opposite stance. If I'm presented with food that no chewing is involved, soup is the primary suspect. I find it to be a chore to eat it because there's no chewing involved. It feels like I'm not making progress if I'm not chewing. Which is a very silly thing to say out loud, but it's true. There's a cat snoring behind. See the toast behind me? See the little toast with the frowny face behind me? Maybe. Does it show it? No. There's toast behind me. But slightly behind the toast is a little snoring cat who's being incredibly loud. How she's so small. How does she make such big noises? Like body constantly needs food and water. Why? Inefficient. Cat going me me me. No, cat not going me 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 me. Cat going honk shoe. Actually, that's probably the best way of describing it. Decent amount of brain is spent forgetting what you're doing, and the other amount of brain sometimes remembers to work on your world. I mean, that's fair. Is your intention to do something with the world, or just the joy of making? Cat going, yeah, yep. Cat makes a noise when snoring. My cat has the habit of sticking her head into her neck. Not while she's snoring, but while she's just sitting there, and she looks at you and sits there struggling to breathe because she's shoved her sinuses into themselves. And she looks at you accusingly, like, I can't believe you're strangling me right now. And you're looking at her like, are you stupid? What's wrong with you? Stop doing that. Designing the world with the intention of being the world you DM someday. Yeah, fair. Witch's Hut should be in that world. Yep, fair. My approach to world building is always structure based. So I'll come up with a general concept. I'll be like, I don't know, monkeys in space. And then based on that, I'll try and jam a skeleton into it. So I'll be like, okay, so monkeys in space, they're against the giant space worms. The space worms are at the end of the story. I'll make like a beginning to the story, and I'll try and construct a bit of structure to it. And that tends to allow me to generally get a beginning, middle, and end, which I can then construct settings around. Turtle mode. She's turtly enough for the Turtle Club. But it's not even like turtle mode. It's more like suffocating mode. In the campaign where you play your gnome bard, Kamimi, named Mimi, every time someone describes someone sleeping by going me, 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 you respond with, huh? What about me? That's fantastic. That's awesome. What the clothing line needs? A pair of knickers. Wash your socks, but not yet. Yeah, no, true. Just a pair of bloomers on the line. Agreed. Why are you getting pregnancy ads? Twitch, is there something I don't know? Yeah, no, that's a bit weird. There are ads just about pregnancy? Like, pregnancy is pretty good. If you buy now, you can get a second baby free. I repeat, absolutely free. Second baby, absolutely free. Call this number. You have yet to fully design cultural stuff, but you did a sketch recently that portrays some of the colourful people in a village next to the shelf forest. Most places are very low level in their technology advances. Some of your cats when sleeping, honk, honk. Yeah, that's probably closer to the snoring that I'm hearing behind me. That's quite accurate. You've returned on your PC? Welcome back. Welcome back. How was the journey? God, I hope everybody survived. When you're on your journey to the PC, Sam didn't say anything weird like we have to share the load or anything like that, right? Just don't trust that, Sam. He's always being sus. He always wants the precious. A city with knights would be the highest level of technology. Didn't actually think of the world design when making up the witch stuff, though. So you're going to have to rethink a lot of it. I mean, that's all part of the thought process, right? All part of the brainstorming. Think it's for pregnancy tests? Right. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Lost a few to dysentery? That always happens. It's always... Hopefully none of the main characters, though. It's so mean to say. Watched Fellowship of the Ring for the first time yesterday, actually. I think Samwise is the absolute GOAT. Samwise absolutely is the GOAT. The greatest of all time, hands down. Agreed. Yesterday for the first time. That's super exciting. That's awesome. What do you think? I won't say anything. I'm not going to say anything to sort of tarnish your opinion. But I'm curious. I'm curious what you think. Not that you see ads almost ever, but don't the pregnancy ads have obvious positives? Like you can see their belly is pregnant in those ads? I mean, I guess. No, it's just... I suppose I'm confused as to what's being advertised. World build for your OC. Got a map and at least 13 kingdoms. Ooh, 13, good lord. I went into the full world building craze when lockdowns happened. For my first D&D campaign. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Just double checking in my brain that those were feelings of fun. But I'd probably go about it drastically different nowadays. It dawned on me relatively recently, within the last year or so, that when making new settings, you really don't have to account for everything. You really don't. You don't need to figure out how the sewerage system works. You really don't have to figure out how the economy of the city works. You really don't have to worry about like how security stays on top of like blah, 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 blah. You don't need to worry about any of that when making new stuff. The biggest thing, the most spicy thing that you really, really, really need to nail on the head whenever you're making new things within a setting is it a cool idea? Is it a fascinating concept? Is the city a giant carnival? If the city's a giant carnival, excellent. You immediately have something fascinating that the characters are going to interact with. And then if they're interacting with them and they ask about a minutia, like how does the economy work in the thing, you can just throw something out there mid-session and then quickly jot it down as part of session notes. Done, sorted. You didn't need to plan for that. You didn't need to sort it out ahead of time. It saves a whole lot of heartache. A whole lot of heartache. You loved it. Gonna watch it in 1 hour pieces instead of all at once, but it was so good you just said frick it and put work aside and watched. It's very good. It's very, 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 very good. This isn't spoilery, but I'd say that Fellowship of the Ring is my favorite of the three. I'd say that I'd say that the first one is my favorite of the three. The other two are really, really, really good. First one's my favorite. But if you're a female expecting art flow to arrive, pregnancy ads could be scary, like a curse. I mean, I guess. If it's for like health stuff, probably good, right? The reason the parents somehow didn't know it was positive, or the lady's belly's huge, ready to pop. They look so shocked. 4 of them are underwater because you made another OC and he's a shark and lives in an underwater kingdom. That's fantastic. I like it a lot. Too many video games where Blood Moon represents vampires and werewolves, etc. Build campaigns from players' backstories. When you were doing that the last time, you got 2 backstories from AI, and well, they were completely unusable. Just a lot of meaningless words. Yeah. Well, that's another important aspect, right? Is giving meaning to the locations as well. When Strider took Frodo into a room alone and the hobbits broke into the room, Pip had a chair, Merry had a pan, and Samwise versus the man with a sword put up his fists. You're a fan of Sir Samwise? Yep. Ah, so earnest, so earnest. That's why whenever anybody asks me like, oh, how am I supposed to make like a really powerful character in D&D? I kind of smirk a little bit because I actually prefer the weak characters in D&D. I prefer hearing about like how a weak character has adapted to a situation or has come up with like a creative solution rather than just, I swing at the bad guy real good with a sword. That can be good too, but I don't know, there's something near and dear to my heart about just like a really earnest hobbit being like, Mr. Frodo, I'll go with you to Mount Doom. Hi, Jockey. How you going? Welcome, welcome. How was your weekend? Are you doing well? Took you forever to get around to actually watch the first movie in full, but as a kid, you watched the beginning with the Hobbit party many, many times. Parents just thought you and your brother were too young to watch the rest of it, though. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. It's that one about how they had a big party with fireworks, right? Difficult coming up with the king because he made the Duke first, but the Duke is just found out what a king. Well, that's the kind of thing where I've kind of learned that if I go into that degree of detail, Shampoo, I boom my own brain, I scramble my own brain, and I get lost in details that don't actually find gameplay. But that's specifically for something that I'm planning on running as a D&D setting, right? I'm sure for OCs it's different, where you don't necessarily need it to be rememberable. Like, you're not going to remember all of those names in the moment, but you don't necessarily have to if you're just fleshing out a world. It was good. Just looking forward to the week. Good to hear. Good to hear. Parents would let you and your siblings rewatch it a lot, but you'd always either fall asleep after the first Ringwraith scene or just before Moria. Every time you got too scared of the octopus to watch anymore, so you usually hid until you heard they say, they have a cave troll. Really? You got scared? Yeah, okay. Interesting. You got scared of the creature in the creature in the dark. Yeah, cool. I mean, not cool, but there are so many other, like the Balrog. I would have assumed that like the Balrog would be the thing. You still laugh so hard at the cave troll. Your dad loves the movies, so he still wanted to share some of it with you. You watched all 3 of them with him like 10 years after or something. I watched all of them for the first time as part of a movie marathon with my older siblings. It was a really good memory. Really, 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 really good memory. It was in the house that I grew up in as well, so it kind of attaches me back to very much so like a sense of childhood. I don't know. I don't tend to get sentimental, but with that particular memory in mind, I don't know, tugs at my heartstrings a bit. Fits with a 13. Hell yeah. Better than my 10 earlier. Good lord. How you going? How's your day been? Certified overthinker. Works out fine because you were trying to explain your character's background. Created the character back during the Dark Ages. Used to roleplay from 2007 to 2012. The Dark Ages, in quotes. Yeah, fair. What's wrong with RP? Terrified of the dark? Nah, Balrog was cool. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose because even though it is a creature of fire and shadow, you can still very much so see it, right? Whereas the creature in the lake, who knows what it is? Gimli was a badass too. Let them come. There is still one dwarf who draws breath in Moria. Oh, that's so... Yeah, yep. Completely agreed. Didn't understand Gandalf dying though. I mean, I've researched it and I barely understand why he came back, so that's not too surprising. He'd already seen how the series ended, so it didn't hit too hard. Yeah. Just woke up. Day's been... Sorry. Sorry, Mysterio. How you going? Regardless of the Nat 1, did you have a good weekend? Day has been Uki. Good to hear. I mean, Uki is good. Uki is good. I'll take an Uki day. Watch this cartoon short. It's funny what the players focus on instead of what you planned. It's always a side character who happens to be a nondescript goblin named Blarg, and it's always the one that gets adopted by the party every time. Knew the creature in the lake was. Realized it was an octopus. Just hated it trying to eat people and it scared the crap out of you. None of the other creatures visually tried to eat people. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Get the holy water. The poltergeist is upon it. That's fantastic. You're good? Just having dinner? How am I? Yeah, good. Good. I'm wanting to get this piece done. I've been working on this particular painting for, I want to say, almost a month at this point, if not a month. So I'm trying to get the last of it done. But otherwise, I'm doing good. Doing really, really good. I had a really good game of D&D that I ran on Sunday, so I'm over the moon, if anything. Orcs talked about it later on. The creepy one who wanted to eat the hobbits' legs was scary. Was terrified of following it in the woods. Really? So for some reason, it's the concept of like getting eaten by a creature. They can bludgeon the hobbits to death all they want, but as soon as they want to eat the hobbits, then it becomes a problem. Interesting. I've never really thought of it like that. It's always been, is character in danger? Yes or no? Getting eaten by a creepy creature? I mean, I guess. Looks really great. Love the green lighting. Thank you. Thank you. It's certainly getting there. I should focus up in a second. Not right now, but I should focus up in a second and try and blitz the rest of it. I shouldn't worry about it too much. My goal is to get the clock tower done by the end of today. So if I can accomplish that, I'm a happy camper. Don't have to worry about anything beyond that. Because if I overthink it and I try and get the entire painting done in one sitting, it's not gonna go any faster. Not sure if you can still hear me. If you are under the weather, does that mean that you aren't going to be working for the next week or so? Well, however long. Because if that's the case, potentially a silver lining. Staying home for a few days? Yeah, good. Good. Ooh, my Dinovember piece is almost finished as well, now that I think about it. Look at this. Ooh. It's not quite on par with some of my more rendered pieces, but that's fine. I always wanted to go into this one a little bit more carefree. I'm pretty happy with how it's come along. Very dinosaur. Very, very, very dinosaur. I was worried that it wouldn't be dinosaur enough. Not a problem. Not an issue. That looks so great. Thank you. It's getting there. Silver lining indeed. Hey, Going Bottle. How's the last session? Watching The Lord of the Rings when you were like 5, you realised you were having issues with your eyes. Siblings and you were having a pajama party. Marathon the movies and the TV. Anyone sitting would block anyone else. So that was like the moment that you realised. Couldn't look down because you'd see blurry double. Interesting. Yeah. Your bad eye is incapable of looking down past a certain point. Makes both eyes hurt, very painful if you try to force it. It does look very dinosaur. Yeah. What was it that did it for me? I think my sister saw me trying to read the back of a medication bottle, and I was squinting to read the text. And I think she recommended that I get my eyes checked. I think was what prompted it. It's really funny because I wouldn't have deemed my eyes to have been bad at that point in time. Like I just didn't have I wasn't conscious of them being in a poor state. But then post glasses, now that I have them, if I take off my glasses, I actually feel taller because the ground goes out of focus. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. It just kind of puts things into perspective for me. There's a missing muscle under your right eye. Really? Yeah, no, it's not muscular for me. It's just a stigmatism. It was great. Kept it to about 3.5 hours as Pixie had super sore eyes from the bad hay fever. Ooh. But good magic item stuff, and they moved away from Duskmore now. Headed to the dwarves. Nice! Hence the planning. Yeah, cool. No, that's awesome. Ooh. Narrowly avoided the pit squids. How you going, bud? Saw Return of the King, opening weekend. We're in the front row, 3 hours of neck craning in this epic film. You know what it is? It's this meme. It's this meme. It's literally this. Let me find it. It was everyone in the front row doing this. You just clarify that this is correct, yeah? This one, right? Literally all of it. Just reveling in it. Oh, no, bottle. That's okay. Time in the pit is time well spent. Get quality time. You get to spend time with the bone collector. It's a good time for everyone. Ignore the issue with your eyes because you assume since no one else had issues, it was normal. Fair. The BFG moment. At least it wasn't as bad as your squid. Oh, dear. Yes? Yeah. Freaking knew it. First day of exams today, so it was a bit different, but at least the really long 3-hour English exam is over. How'd you go? You went with, you went with the creative writing approach, yeah? Did you finish? Your mum noticed your head was tilted left when you were 6, and then your whole childhood ended up being a search for what was wrong with your eyes, and then you ignore the one solution that came up because of a slight chance of dying in surgery. Yep. Nah, it tends to be a little bit messy in that regard, but I'm glad that you... Oh, a 19, hot damn. I'm glad you're okay now. Wish recliner seats existed when Lord of the Rings trilogy was in theaters so you can revel in it. Remember when the ogre steps on Aragorn? It felt like you were stepping on you. The true immersive experience. Have to get up early tomorrow though, because of your business studies exam is at 9 in the morning. After that, you're not needed at school, so you're taking the bus home. Good. Did you get a good amount of study done on the weekend? Gotten better, only worse. Tried glasses. Glasses were found not be able to help at all due to the missing muscle. Hasn't been fixed. Sorry, bud. Slow and steady worsening of sight is annoying. Yeah, I can imagine. Getting distracted again. I'm getting distracted again. And drawing something other than the clock tower. It is not the clock tower. No, it has to be brighter. Whoops. Something like that. I'll need something brighter along there. Don't worry about it for now. Not the clock tower. Not the clock tower. Don't worry about it. The English exam was fine though. There was creative writing, but the exam was write 3 essays in 3 hours. So basically 3 essays on everything you'd done over both semesters. Yes. Yeah, you told me on Saturday. Super annoying. You weren't born colorblind? Wait, you're colorblind now, but you weren't born with it? Can live with one eye, but you so wanted to give in to intrusive thoughts last night. The nerve pain in your hand is back, and now everything but at its worst in your eyes. Have you taped up your hand again? Very in sync with the music. I have a gift. Every time it acts up in your eye, you feel like you need to go to the hospital, but they can't do anything about it, so there's no point. Oh no, Slink. Just noticed the rat hanging from the rope. Yep. Became colorblind gradually around age 7. Really? I thought it was very much so like a born with thing. No, I didn't realize. What is the pit? I'm glad you asked. The pit is a place that Slink lives. More specifically, let me grab you a little image. Bum, ba, da, bum. This here is the tavern that we are all currently in. Up the top here. It's where we break bread, where we have a good time, get drunk off Timer Juice, just merriment all around. The tavern tends to have a little bit of a life of its own, though, is the only problem. So occasionally some of the planks in the floor will start to shift, and if you're unlucky and you roll below a 5 or below, you fall out the bottom of the tavern, and you end up in a place down below called the Pit, ruled over by the Pit King, specifically. It's not the worst thing in the world. There's a thriving society down there, but it does have things like the bone collector and noxious gas down the bottom. So some things that you have to be worried about. But overall, it's not too bad. Not too bad. You're excited as all hell because after your exam, the new Risk of Rain 2 DLC comes out. Probably be streaming it with your friends tomorrow night. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, you've been saying that you've been saving up for it, right? Can paint a scene, but don't ask you to paint a wall because you visualize because you visual snow, so nothing looks like a flat color to you. So your walls come out splotchy, and you won't be able to tell. There's something wonderful about splotchy visuals, though. Like actually, literally, remind me, Chocky. I'll send over an artist that I highly recommend that you look into. Who does splotchy kind of visual snow rendering. It's really, really, really cool. Remind me. If you DM me on Discord, I'll send them over after stream. Gonna put the pain coming back and being worse in other places means it's not from strain. Spread to both hands and fingertips. Had both hands over there. Only active when cold touches the point of pain. Yep. Pit King? Yeah. In all his greatness. This DLC comes out a day later because stupid time zones. Oh no. Lack of information isn't dumb. It's just uninformed. I'm smart. Okay, if you say so, I don't believe you though. I could be dumb as rocks sometimes. Good night. Good night, Slinky. Look after yourself, bud. Oh, hi, Grimbles. Somebody's woken up from a nap. Sent a reminder on the DMs. Thank you. Yeah, I'll make sure to send them through because there's somebody in particular that comes to mind. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head. Hi, Grimbles. Hi. Was that a good nap? Oh. You can't headbutt my chair like that. It'll take bludgeoning damage. Can't have that. Rendering snow now. Chucky was referring to visual snow. So when you're looking at something and it looks a little bit staticky, so you don't end up with a flat color, you have a bunch of kind of similar to this cog down the bottom where it looks a little bit scrappy. If visually that's what's apparent to you, it's really difficult to render flat colors. Work tomorrow, so can't stay. Have a good rest of the stream, folks. Thanks for stopping in, Bottle. Thank you for giving me the update. Look after yourself, bud. Enjoy work. One for the road. Ooh, nice recovery. Nice recovery. Better than the two. Hi, bye. Absolutely flabbergasted that people can see in HD. Yeah. Anybody who confidently walks around without glasses, that I'm jealous of. Always seen static, yeah. It's really hard if you're painting the house. It's like, yep, that looks good. And then people will come over and be like, what is this? Won't be able to see what they're referring to. It's really cool to see that you guys have still committed to arting, though. Some people might have the mentality of like, oh, well, because I don't have like 10 out of 10 like double thumbs up eyes, I can't do the arts. Not true. Absolutely not true. Actually, a first time hearing about this. About, yeah, like visual impairment can rear its head in different forms. Have to walk around without glasses because they don't work. Have some meant to help with headaches, but they make seeing more annoying. You were earned that you found the sap trail. Guys are following now, right? It was learned that what? It was Irned. Ah, God, sorry. Yeah, it was Irned that found the sap trail. Yes, correct. Yep. You have returned. Welcome back. I hope all the ads were great. Oh God, sorry for the ads. Sorry. If I could turn them off, I absolutely would in a heartbeat. I need to have them on because if I just leave them, if I just turn them off, it starts randomly playing them throughout the stream, and then it also hits people with pre-roll ads as well. Absolute worst, but better to have them than to not. Don't know what you can do without them, but you spent 10 years learning how to memorize floors without seeing. Yeah, there's always an option, Jamie. There's always an option. No more pregnancy ads, just Domino's. Food baby instead. Yeah, fair. I keep getting texts from Domino's. Specifically Domino's. I don't know what it is. I could opt out of them, but also I find it kind of funny because I never order from Domino's. Like, oh, nice. You guys have a new pizza? That's cool. You love not wearing glasses because of all the lights at night. Look, starbursty. That's really neat. Ooh. Yeah, no, I don't get that kind of like light bleed, but that sounds really cool. Had to memorize floors to stop yourself from constantly crashing into things. Back into the abyss. Goodbye. I have stabilization on. Get out of here. Every time you call Domino's, they don't answer the phone because for some reason when you got your phone number, gave you a business phone number, so they think you're a spam call. Well, there's so much wrong with that. Wait, so I love the fact that you've persevered with it. That you haven't been like, oh, this is the wrong number, and then you've gone to their like official order in number and said, no, absolutely not. That's fantastic. That's something I would do. Love all the gears on the clock tower. Such a neat detail. Getting there. It'll look really cool, hopefully, by the time that I'm finished with it. By the end of stream today. Crashed into so many doors that were open that while you'd say it's funny, it's not funny that so many had open. It was kind of hilarious. Yeah. No, there's a tragic comedy in it. Agreed. Not the same, definitely not the same, but like a similar feeling. The door handles in this place stick out like this. So you've got the door handle like this, right? So that's where it's connected to the door, and then it sticks out like so. Usually you'd prefer to have the circular door handles, but whatever. The reason why this form of door handle is the worst is because if you're walking past the open door, you catch your arm on it. It's the worst thing ever. Bink hits you right in the forearm. It's freaking great every time. Even worse than the physical damage to you that it does, the mental damage. If you're wearing earphones, the earphones can hook on the door handle as well, and they yank them out of your ears. You feel embarrassed, you feel lost, you feel confused. It's worst thing ever. You forgot to eat? No, go eat. If you change your number, everyone that's known you for like 10 plus years is going to have to change your number in their phone. Oh, right. So your phone number has been flagged as a spam account for Domino's as a whole. That's awful. Greetings, you fellow potato scallop man. Hi, Cowardly. How you going? How's your weekend? Potato scallops are probably the best form, which is what we talked about last time, but now I'm thinking about potato scallops again. Hooks in your pants and tries to undress you. It does, every time. Wardrobe malfunction, embarrassment. Grabs your shirt. Steals your life partner. Identity theft. All these things from this door handle. Might be something. The doctor mentioned same issues, literally fits to a T. Gonna ask the doctor to test for it. Nerve study of skin biopsy, scary but kind of cool science. Science, exactly. And it's better to get it checked out than to live in the scary unknowing, you know. Chronically in your underwear at home. No pants for it to grab onto. Yeah, you laugh at the door every time you walk past. Ha ha, you thought you could get me? I'm your worst nightmare, naked man. I don't want there to be a superhero named Naked Man or Naked Woman or whatever. That sounds awful. Naked person. Help me, naked man. No, I can't. You're in a burning building and I don't have any clothes on. Dear, dear. What is Kitty's name? Her name is Noelle. And she's a little goblin. Who's somewhere behind. Oh, no, I can see an ear. I can see an ear back there. Door handle is actually a real life boss, for sure. 100%. The amount of paint you were in last night was so bad, caused you to collapse. Just in your eyes, no, fix the damage. Nothing can be done. It might be safe to remove your eyes, but you want to see for longer. that's why I'd recommend getting it looked into, because then you'll actually have answers, you know? How old? She's 4, I think, this year. 4 years old. Get down on the handles level, look it in the keyhole. You thought you could embarrass me. Well, you can't. You know what I can do? Drill a hole in lock. Yeah, exactly. Absolute, just boss move. Isn't Naked Man just the Flash? No, different Flash. Different Flash. They call me the Flash. Oh, God, get him out of here. Hasn't told you what time it is or day, so waiting. Good that it's organised, though. Good that it's organised. That's to Moonflash. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Moonflash to you. Had to Google what a scallop is. They're delicious. But specifically a potato scallop is potatoes that are potatoes that are cooked similarly to scallops. They're not actually scallops. They're just... So scallop is seafood. Potato scallops, not seafood. Just similar in presentation. Had some form of balls palsy last year. Lost some facial sense in one side of your face, but thankfully it came back after about a month. Hot damn. That sounds terrifying. No. Balls palsy. That sounds awful. You don't like seafood. You like potatoes. You probably like potato scallops. I recommend them. They are fancy schmancy. So if you want to have them for like decent money, you're probably better off prepping them yourself. But you can get them at fancy schmancy restaurants, I guess. My mum's cooked them before. But it's that thing? Yep. Google potato scallops. Grandma makes these. Yeah, yep. Need to remember that this is a small detail. Doesn't need to look perfect. Just need to make it look kind of along the correct lines. Yep. I am terrible with hyper-focusing on getting every bit of detail in when it really... 1, doesn't matter, but even worse, 2, when it makes things look worse. Because I don't need nor want hyper-detail where I don't want the audience to be looking, you know? Where the viewer to be looking. Just finished your dinner? Ooh, what'd you have? Fish, right? You said that you didn't know which one it was going to be. Did you find out? What program am I using? I am using Clip Studio Paint. I grew up on Photoshop, but I've since made the move because Photoshop is ridiculously overpriced for what it was providing. I made the switch earlier this year and I have not regretted it even once. The one little bit of like asterisk criticism, I guess, is that if I want to look for a particular brush, I need to look through a big catalog over on the left side that's behind my overlay. And there is no way to search for it. I cannot search for a particular brush. I do not have that capability. It does not provide me with an option. I've looked into it as well. I've looked that up online. Like, can you search for brushes in Clip Studio Paint? You cannot. Sadness. Hi, Crow. What am I drawing? I am drawing a zombie rat. More specifically, a skeleton rat. But it's almost finished. We're getting there. It'll be done by the end of this week. Wonder if there's an add-on I can find to do that. Like a plugin or something? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I hope so, because that would make things a lot easier than having to just memorize where all the different brushes are in the list. Only know Photoshop, what you used in art school, it's what you're required to use at work. Well, that's the wonderful thing about CSP, is that it uses the majority of the Photoshop UI. It uses the majority of the Photoshop UI, as well as the same hotkeys as well. So a lot of the skills just carry over. And then I can also open Photoshop files in this as well. So it's all very crossover friendly. Sorry to hear, Jamie. Sorry to hear. Okay. So that's all that detail work. Then I need to maybe mess with the face of the clock tower a little bit. I need to bring in a little bit more energy up the top, just a wee bit. Okay. Again, I'm not looking to add hyper detail to any of these background elements because I want them to very much so exist in the background. If I sit there going da-di-da-di-da and adding detail for days, it'll distract from here, which is where I want the attention to be. But at the same time, it can't be flat, because then it just feels unrendered. It can work for other people's art styles, and it's really cool when people make stark silhouettes work. But unfortunately, I do not have that gift. Allude to complexity, allude, allude, allude. If I zoom out, yeah, there we go. There we go. It's been helping tremendously. You've been able to make food for yourself more than once a week for most of the month. Hey, nice. I'm glad to hear it. Bring some of these highlights over to this set of gears as well. I fear that the highlights are too petite, but we'll see. Don't hum. It's too high. It's too high pitched. Stop. temptation. I hum all the time, constantly, whenever I'm working. You can't shut me up. So I need to, whenever I know that it's a song out of my melodic range, I have to hold myself back, because otherwise I will absolutely warble all the wrong notes. You want to see snow someday? Snow's pretty cool. It's so tough to find in Australia though. Why the mountains got to harbour it all? We were talking about, Kate was talking about kobolds hoarding gold, right? Mountains hoarding snow. A well-known phenomena. Could harmonise instead. Yeah, but the problem is because I'm much louder than the music in the mix. It's very strange to hear the harmony being the louder tone. It's very nice right now. No snow sticking to the ground yet. It's a very weird thought. The thought of growing up just with snow as just a normal thing. What could I equate it to? You know that feeling of, oh my goodness, it's so beautiful when you see those photos in Japan of like cherry blossoms blooming everywhere? You know that? It's kind of like that, where it's really cool that that happens and you'd love to go and see it, but it just doesn't happen in your backyard, you know? First session was official. Formal, so you're officially formally diagnosed level 2 autistic. Official, nice. The art has to pass the lick test. Yep, that's all. Deary dear. I don't think I've ever asked myself what my art would taste like. I don't think I'd like the answer to that question. Gritty is probably the answer that would come to mind. Blossoms look almost identical. Happened to your friend's backyard twice a year growing up. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I can't imagine growing up with plum blossoms, right? I can't imagine having that that close of a relationship with that phenomena. It's the same with snow, where some people grow up and it just snows every year. That's just a thing that they experience on a yearly basis, and that's such a foreign concept. It's really cool. You remember there was one time when you were like 5 or something? There was so much snow that you couldn't get outside because the snow was taller than you. Yeah, like that's crazy. It's a crazy thought. That's really cool. The wall on the left tastes like popcorn. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Has kind of that that like cooked popcorn kind of vibe to it. Yeah, I can see that. You missed there being a lot of snow in Denmark. Has that changed recently? Clock Tower 2. Global warming is ruining the snowing experience. Yeah. I've got a buddy in ski and snowboard instructing. And they've been saying the same thing. That it's getting less and less reliable. They were nice plums, yellow plums. Oh, nice. They could only pick half a basket of them each year because the cockatoos and galahs would fly into the tree and eat them all in an hour. That's hilarious. You snooze, you lose. Can they teach you how to snowboard? You've always wanted to go, but you're too much of an antisocial butterfly to do so. Yeah, I mean, it would depend on where you are and where they are at the time. But yeah, no, they provide lessons for a fee. I recommend it. I've gone skiing before. When I was in Greece visiting half my family. Snowboarding, no. I've never been snowboarding before. You're here? They're in your trunk? Oh, perfect. Yeah, no, that solves everything. Perfect. Yeah. Problem solved. Now we just need the snow. Frick. Okay. I don't know. We can drive up a mountain, I'm sure. Exactly in the middle of the bird's natural migration path. Honestly, like those plums more than any other fruit. You miss yellow plums. I don't think I've ever had yellow plums before. Would you say that they're sweeter, more bitter than usual plums? No one has trees in them here, just aren't anywhere. Yeah. I didn't realise that yellow plums were a thing. Almost as crisp as apples, sweeter than loganberries, soft and creamy. Ah, yeah, okay. Now you're talking. Yeah, okay. No, I've never tried them before. They do sound delicious. Literally what you'd expect of a luxury nobleman's favourite topping on 1,000 large golden peas. Yeah, okay. This fruit is so good, it probably doesn't exist. Yep. Grew up on a farm, had a lot of animals, but you also had a lot of pear trees. Every day after school and after work, you'd grab a ladder and a metal bucket and pick pears. That's such a nice thought. That's such a nice thought. Just kind of folding it into your day sounds just incredibly satisfying. Been watching too much anime, haven't any clue what else to compare it to. The value of the flavor quality. No, that's fair. No, it gives me a good like wind direction on it. A good metaphor, really good. You like the taste of pears but hate the texture. Yeah, because it feels almost... Pears almost have the same mouth feel as like a floury apple, where you'd crunch into an apple and you think like, oh, no, this one ain't good. But most pears are like that. It's not quite the same, but yeah, no, I get what you mean. You'd get out of school, walk from school to the local game store you worked at, work there until you got picked up and pick pears. Oh no, that sounds amazing. Tiggs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. How you going? Texture of pears is like a mixing oil into sand. Attach it to your socket. No, I'm glad that your bias hasn't coloured your description at all. Yeah, no, perfect. Golden pears are yummy. I haven't had golden pears. I can't speak to it, but I mean, if you say so. Unripe pears have an okay texture, but the sour triggers the nerve pain. Yeah. Wasn't too bad. One time you fell out of a tree and landed on the metal bucket. That's... Oh, God. No, I've never had a, like, falling out of a tree moment. But I have injured myself in really stupid ways that are tree adjacent. That's probably the best way of saying it. There were these little barriers. That would surround the sports oval that my brother used to play soccer at. They would look like this, right? You'd have 1 support, 2 support, 3 support more. You'd have 1 support, 2 support, and then you'd have this log going across, and there would be repeated around the oval, right? Okay, like the sports oval had these logs around the perimeter. I would have to wait for my brother to finish his game of soccer, so I would balance along these things like the true champion that I am. But of course, and then you'd think to yourself, but Mahali, there's a gap. There's a gap between this plank, like this bit, and the next one. Au contraire, I would say in response, yes, that may be the case, but I have been given legs for a reason. I may simply jump and land on the next one, and that I did, and that I would. I would jump over and land with all of the grace of the angel that I am. Until I didn't. I almost fractured my nose by making the jump. My toe, the toe of my shoe, landing on the other log. My foot flipping back. And then the rest of my body making full wrestling move contact with the rest of the post. Don't recommend it. Do not recommend it. Not a good time. Can't count on both hands how many times you've fallen out of trees. Oh no. Bored at a birthday party around the age of 10. Climbed up a tree. Been very careful to not put weight on this one thin branch. But a wind came and your weight shifted onto it. Fell down and broke your wrist. Ugh. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, during ads. I can paint quickly. Hello? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your... You fell on a bucket. It's a bit awkward. I think the birthday girl was the one that found you on the ground. Oh no! Happy birthday! Around a similar age, because you climbed a tree in the backyard. With a really bendy tree. With good strength, but you kept climbing until it was at the thin branches, because you wanted the wind to blow you around. It was fun, but people yelled at you to get down. You were a little bit in trouble. I mean, understandably so. Was it fun? Welcome back. Hop. Yep. Let's try a little bit of this. Crunchy neck. Two kids were taken to hospital because their parents didn't realize it was just dye. Oh god. I'm trying to think of what I want to do with the cogs. Because I want them to have kind of like a rusted brass look. I know brass doesn't rust, but I want them to have a rusted brass look. To kind of pick up some of the light coming in from the right. But I don't like how they're currently looking is the only issue. Why don't I like how they're currently looking? What don't I like? I think I want them to have a brighter presence, maybe? You think you were lying in shock, not moving or saying anything until she came back with her mum? Help! The bluest party you'd ever seen, though. May not rust. It doesn't mean they haven't been banged and scraped as they were assembled. For sure. That's why I'm not too concerned with the accuracy or whether or not they have like a scrap look. I'm fine with them having a scrap look. It's just they're not looking quite right. I'm trying to imagine how I could improve that. Precision machines don't imply they weren't crudely put together. Yep. Well, I'm fine with them kind of aging as well. I think that's fine. Imagine building it in Minecraft. So like the physical manifestation of it isn't the problem, and like how it interacts with itself isn't the problem either. It's more the visual of having it stand out but not be too stand out. Now imagining her seeing you fall on the ground just lying and unmoving must have been so scary. Oh my god, they're dead. Hi Albatross, how you going? How'd setup go? You all set? Throw brush into color dodge mode, low flow and opacity, and grab a dim bronze color. Go over the edges to catch the light. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. To kind of separate them from being a flat image. Yeah, okay, I'll try that. Probably not with the color dodge, just because I don't know. I am stubborn. I tend to just treat it like acrylic paint, but give me a sec. I do like that idea. I suppose it's also how gold it is annoying me. Oh, let me see if I can... Why is that the buildings layer? Pardon me? Oh, I must have... Yeah, okay, I was fixing that frame over there. Jump to the correct one. Let's shift the hue a little bit, just a smidge. Tonal correction, hue. Nope, wrong direction. Yeah, more towards that orange. Do I want to saturate it? Not really. If I darken it and then catch the light, that could work. Yeah, that could work. Let's tentatively plug that in for now. If I'm going to do that, actually, let's duplicate the layer, hide the original. So therefore, if I don't like what I do with it now, I can always go back. A little bit of orange, a little bit of desaturate, darker. Boom. Color dodge builds up light super fast. Write a guide on rendering metals. No, you're all good. No, it's just a me thing. I'm hesitant to do it because I've never tried it. And I always think to myself, well, okay, I'll dedicated mess around with it for something in particular, but I always Always avoid it like the plague. That is a good reminder though, metals are super reflective. I think the green lighting in the sky is sort of sharing the same value. Maybe lighten one to put some contrast, but that's just you, not sure. No, that's a good point. That is a good point. I'll consider it. All set, just waiting for your co-host. Nice. If it's iron, it could have more reds. If it's copper, it could have more bluish green in just the rust points. As like a little extra bit of... Yeah, okay. Cast iron often has a lot of dark blacks where there isn't rust because of the oil cooked into it, but the rust can come through blood red. Don't know much about copper other than it turning green as it rusts. That is a good point though, is that it's currently a flat value where I could add... sorry, it's a flat hue where I could add additional little sprinkles of color to give it a bit more life. No, that's absolutely true. I could do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was awesome. Help, guys, I need a little bit of help with the thing. And then everybody was like, but Harley, you could do this. Oops. Quick, light the Mahali signal, I guess. Light the beacon, release the river, break the dam. It's just imagining the person at the mayoral office just panicking and hitting every switch that they have available. Oh God, how do we alert Naked Man? Press everything. Come on. But you've written a guide on rendering metal. That's really cool. Really cool. I'm something of a drawn a metal one time myself. No, that's awesome. That's really cool. If one were to go looking for such a thing, where would one find it? Metal textures. Sniff my brain glitch as well. Hi Alt, how you going? Can post a short picture on it in the Discord. Yeah, yes please. Na-na-na-bum. 41 times Alt, good lord. How you going, bud? How's your weekend? Did you do anything? not enough fire, and not enough fire and Billy are beating you. It's tough. It's tough. You're competing with a couple of the most dedicated gremlins. There was a pencil tutorial you watched like 9 years ago that was informative on metal and wood textures. You can find it for me and link it somewhere in Discord. Yeah, I've actually got there's a section of the Discord towards the top called Art Resources underneath the Stream Live channel. If you can post it there, that'd be sick. That'd be awesome. You think you remember who it was by? Yeah, no, if it's easy enough to find, I'd love to see it. But if it takes longer than like 5 minutes, don't worry about it. You're all good. You're all good. I don't want to... I don't want to tax your time. Got kidnapped by a strange hag creature. Was pretty okay after that. Oh, good. Good, 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 good. I'm really glad to hear that you had a good time. Really, really, really glad to hear you had a good time. That's feeling pretty good. If anything, I almost want to darken some of the shadows just a little bit. Maybe not the ones there because I've got a lovely bounce light coming up and illuminating them. But maybe further up, darkening some of the shadows. We could try that. Remember the name of the channel, so should be quick. Oh, good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wasn't that good? Hag didn't let you have anything to drink. True. Successfully did 30 minutes of prep. Congratulations. Brain wants to take a break. So bad now. I mean, if your brain wants to take a break, but it's better to do so, is what I've found. It's better to take the break than get back to it once you've rested a little bit. Obviously without procrastinating. Like if your brain is saying like, don't do any work ever, a little bit of a problem. But if you've done some good work and you want to take a little bit of a break, you can absolutely do that. There's a time management technique that I used like 2 years ago called the Donatello technique. No, what's it called? God. It's tomato in Italian. I can't remember. Podomo? I don't think it's Podomo. It's something. I'll see if I can find it. Dear Google, I'm looking for the tomato time management tech. Please. Pomodoro. Perfect. There we go. Thanks, Google. I'm so glad. So glad that I was able to figure out that if you just keep adding to the Google search, it just gets rid of the AI results because it's too confused. It's beautiful. Leaving before Billy gives you crap. Hi, by fire. Hey, going. The Michelangelo technique? Yeah, exactly. No, it's the Pomodoro technique. But basically, it's the basically it tells you be productive for little blocks of time. Half-hour blocks of time mostly. So 30 minutes of productivity and then give yourself 5 minutes of break. Then go into the next 30 minutes and like punctuate each block of productive time with a dedicated break to kind of reward yourself for doing a good job. And it's very effective. Very, 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 very effective. So if you've done 30 minutes of good work and you want to take 5 minutes to just detox for a second before jumping back in, recommended. I found that it worked for me. Still here, you just didn't want to hear Billy give you crap for coming here after you were done. He's so intrusive with his commentary. I agree. He's a lovable scamp. I can't help myself. How was stream? Did you have fun? Really quick worker. You can flip it. 10 minutes of work, 30 minutes of break. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not recommended. I don't have... Frick. I was going to say, I don't have stabilization on my brush still, do I? Yes, I did. It was fun. Got to talk about Blood Bank today. People seem to enjoy it. Then you just played a video game. Was pretty chill. But your brains are mush, so you're going to look all good. But not before streaking. Oh, God, let's see the streak. Let's see it. 10 stream streak. How indecent. Streaking all over the place. The TLDR version is in art resources. Had to type out the process because you have dysgraphia. Thank you. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll give it a look. Enjoy your lurk fire. Do the good brain resty thing. Copying over your PSP Pro Dual SD cards to a new one for your new PSP right now. Oh, do you do that with all your PSPs? So you've got all of your save files available whenever you need them? Let's have a look. Art resources. Yes, here we go. Cool. Type it out, try to write it out in a guide, like to block it in with dark colors. So you just paint raw values. You throw your brush into color dodge, paint in the highlights in image 4. You go over with a smudge brush to make it kind of look painterly. Then you use a smudge brush to pull those mid-tones in image 5 to allow you to create dents, scrapes, etc. And then you render your texture underneath it in part 6, just a TLDR. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let me try that. Let me try. I can go through and add areas of depth. It's very random, but you've been trying to verify your phone number on Twitch, but whenever they send the code thingy, it just doesn't show up for you for some reason. Really frustrating. Does it give you the option of it's not turning up whenever you send the thing? Because that's sometimes an option. Metal texture in the tutorial doesn't look nearly as good as you remember, but the bricks don't disappoint. In the pencil tutorial that you linked. Fair. Bounce light can be different colors based on the materials and the color of whatever it's bouncing off of. Was being too lazy. No, you're all good. Always click resend code and it doesn't show up at all. Yeah, okay. Weird. The alt chaos was excellent and hilarious. Let's try something. Your Animal Crossing restaurant is officially named after Harley's cat. It's oh, okay. I'll let her know. I'll let her know. She'll be chuffed. That or she'll lick her butt. One of the two. You weren't that chaotic. No, you were an angel. Alt, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It seems to attach at the light point of the wall, so wouldn't most of the rope be also lit? Rope? I'm confused. Don't know what happened, but Alt is an angel. Yes, can confirm. Yeah, see? Confirmation. The rope in front of the gear, which makes it look cracked. This rope is hanging from building to building, well in front of the clock tower. It's unrelated. Gonna alert before you have more brain activity. Yeah. No, go chill. Go chill. Look after yourself, bud. You really held yourself back from going off track that one shot. Thank you. No, I thank you for doing so. Should go through and remake high quality guides when you're not feeling lazy or overwhelmed. Like to make guides on realism, but you feel like explaining that would be annoying. Yeah. I mean, I give like little 2-second guidey things on stream, but it's just the idea of making up something official sounds horrendous. As you say, trying to find a pocket of time where you're not overwhelmed or lazy is tough. It's tough. It's blending into the gear, that's what you're saying. I don't mind that. That's okay. It doesn't need to necessarily pop. Get 3 meals and 20% of the profit. They're called Pokey though. Okay. I'll let her know that she's getting benefits. BRB dinner. Yeah. Go. Enjoy. Okay. Gear is looking more like a gear. That's good. I worry about the degree of detail, but that's okay. It can be that degree of detail, and then I don't need to do any of that for the gears above. It can just kind of be implied, right? This can be my hero gear. I could be like, yep, this gear is what the rest of them look like. You're going to have to trust me on that one, bro. And then your brain kind of does it with the rest of them. Cool. Sweet. I do need to bring more detail into this bottom one, though, because if I'm going to follow that rule of thumb, this bottom one ought to have slightly more detail than that one, just to carry on that trend. And then maybe I add a little bit more to this one up here because it's a bit murky, but otherwise, happy with that. Lose detail at distance, yeah. Yep. Can't wait for the next one shot next Sunday. Absolutely not. It's a 13 shot. Absolutely not. I'm really happy. Really happy that we managed to get it all done in the one sitting. Really chuffed. You guys were absolute beasts. It was awesome. It was a long sitting. It wasn't that long. It was 5 hours. It's 1 hour over what I'd usually have for a campaign sitting. Didn't feel as long as it was though, for sure. No, you guys were always moving. It was good to see. Gonna use this ad break as a jumping off point for a tiny bit more prep. Catch you soon. Yeah, good luck. You got this. Berets for ads. Unless you're a Mongolian, you're used to looking far distances. Details don't matter far away. Well, I mean, even still, your eyes can only really focus on one thing at a time. So even if your eyes are like tippity top best thing ever, you're not going to see that degree of detail because you're going to be looking at the rat right in front of you. If anything, there should be more detail on the rat, potentially. We'll see. Ready for a Mongolian that needs glasses? Yeah, exactly. Actually, speaking of losing detail, the further up you go, I'm going to add a little bit more of this purple into that gear up the top just to lose it a wee bit more. A wee bit more, because it's coming through with more clarity than the surrounding buildings, which is kind of doing things to my brain that I don't like. Thank you for all the help, by the way, everybody. When I was asking for tips, everybody chimed in with something amazing. I appreciate it. Helped a lot. No, you're all good. You're all good. Try not to offer unwanted advice. You very graciously waited until I asked. I appreciate it. I'll say it again when we're through ads, though, just in case you missed it. Got 25,000 poking for making that restaurant. Nice. I thought that the currency in Animal Crossing was bells. Is that not the case? Quite bold to make a clock where it's always 11 a.m. It's tough. It's tough, isn't it? Imagine not being a morning person and being stuck at 11 o'clock. What I said during ads, Kate, if you missed it, was I'm very appreciative for the fact that everybody waited until I explicitly asked. I very much so appreciate it. Thank you. We had an instance, this would have been a few weeks ago, where somebody joined in and their first message in the chat was, "Do you take advice?" It was a bold approach, definitely a bold approach. 5-minute scribble. Okay. Let's break and go. I'll grab the timer first. Fill it with timer juice. There we go. New canvas. What are we wanting, Alt? Are we wanting a fresh one or a continuation of the marketplace before? Currency is bells, but for the DLC it's pokey. At a certain point in the DLC you can convert some of your pokey into currency. Fair. Drawing of the rat folk refugees that live in the pit, like the village they live in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could do that. Into bells? Yeah. Okay. Pit village. When you got out of art school and got your first industry job, had the bad habit of seeing everything that others were doing wrong and trying to help them. Over the years, you've learned to not do that, instead to let people do their thing. That's the thing, right? Is people aren't necessarily in art for the efficiency of things. A lot of people see it as a journey that they're on, and having other people like chipping in with, oh, you could fast track it that way, you could do it that way, you could do it that. Some people love it. It's very much so a personal thing, though. Some people love it, other people prefer waiting until they're stuck and they want to reach out. Okay. Rat village in the pit. Image in my brain. Do I have something? I think so. Yeah, okay. I've got something in my mind. Cool. Are we ready to rumble? There's cat people in the pit. I believe so, yeah. Would like to reiterate the cat people and the rat people in the pit are friends. They are, yep. thought it was the goblins, the refugee rat folk, and the slime guys who live in the bottom. That and the mosslings that are like possessed junk as well. So you got the junklings as well. Is cat people? Yeah. See, no, we've got cat people. It depends. Some people would love to, if you can point out the mistakes. That's how teachers work. They speed up processes of getting better by pointing out the mistakes. But the person has opted into that teaching process, you know? That person has decided to go to the class for that purpose. It'd be different if they didn't go to the class and the teacher found them, is on the prowl for people that they can give teaching advice to, and starts hitting them with advice that they haven't asked for. It's nuanced. It's definitely nuanced, which sucks. It'd be a lot easier if it just was the case for everything. But is what it is. Okay. 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I did this in seconds. Nice. Okay, we got this. We could do this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there's more of a chunk of time that's missing at this point, so I've got to maybe speed things up a little bit. I do want a little bonfire in the middle here. And then we can have an empty doorway here with no light coming out. Okay, perfect. Some light pouring out of different spots. Glorious. Daisy, thank you for the follow. Thank you. How you going? Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. I'll be with you in a moment. And then we've got little rat folk around the fire. Focus on that cute fire. Okay, I got you. And then we've got little rat folk in the doorway as well. Person sticking their head out around the corner here. Oops. And then maybe somebody a little bit closer to... And we're basically out of time at this point. That's okay. And we've got maybe random sparks in the air around as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. There we go. We have a little rat folk village. Pretty good for 5 minutes. I reckon it's all right. I'm usually pretty harsh on myself, but I need to get better at complimenting. Can really tell I played Hollow Knight recently, right? You can tell where the where the inspiration comes from. Applaud those who do art for nothing more than pure enjoyment. A large majority of your life in art has been pursuing improvement and a career, and found little time to doing things you love for the sake of doing what you love. No personal projects or anything. I've needed to find a healthy balance of aiming for improvement whilst also keeping the spark alive. And I realized that easing off the accelerator and just enjoying the process of improving was what gave my soul nourishment. We got there in the end. But yeah, so I've had to be careful to strike up a balance between the two. Since you're on the fried chicken mafia, the rats love you. Also because fried chicken has bones. You're getting bone currency under the nose of the Goblin King. Or accruing it up so that you can feed the bone collector. Hell yeah. Do personal projects all the time, but you still want them to reach the greatness of Anna Podedwarna one day. For sure. But never lose sight of just the enjoyment of the process as well, because that you can become a little bit numb to just enjoying art, which is a little bit of a shame. No, Lex, don't drink the java juice. Frick. How you going, by the way, Daisy? How you been? How was your weekend? Mickey wondering if he can join the rap. The thought may or may not have crossed my mind. Super impressive. Can tell caring about composition and lighting. It's been a focus. Thank you. Have an idea for the pit? Yeah, hit me with it. Hi Daisy, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. I'll quickly sign this thing off. Chuck it into the Discord. We're working on an image that has been in production for about a month now, and I'm finally in the final little sprint on it. So we've got our rat in the foreground, we've got the clock tower in the background, we've got the buildings on the sides and all the junk in the alleyway. I'm just getting down to the little minutiae of it all now. You good? Your parents signed a contract and you're in the process of selling your house? Hey, nice. Glad to hear it. Poggers, I'm glad that you like it, Alt. Glad that you like it. But yeah, Kate, if you've got an idea for the pit, hit me with it. I'm always down to hear. Albatross did bring up a good point before, actually, that the tonal value of the green and the tonal value of the purple in the sky are basically the same. So that could create a little bit of a problem with attention. I'm not too concerned about it though, because of how dark some of the values in the alleyway are, but I'll think about it. Brain has given up for tonight. Good prep done for now. Good job. Congratulations. Good prep done. But that's exciting. Are you just moving house? Are you moving state? Are you moving country? What's the plan? Bones are a currency in the pit. New people are constantly falling into the pit. How about a tavern in the pit with little black stones mounted into the ceiling? Those are scrying stones for a group that scouts people who wouldn't be missed, doing bone trafficking operation. But because the pit is an enclosed space, organs for the medical practices are probably high value. Specifically, the bones are of high value because of this guy here. This guy here is known as the Bone Collector. It lives in the pile of forgotten things that kind of piles up in the pit. Basically, things that fall out of the tavern pile up here. And you use it as a currency for either protection or for getting back up into the tavern. So the idea of people going missing in order to facilitate bones for that kind of safe passage is really dark, but I kind of like it. Don't understand what tonal value means. This is a smile and nod moment for you. Tone is like how bright versus how dark something is. So if I were to make this black and white, the sky would look the same as the green because they're both the same value of tone. So tone is it black, is it white, or is it grey? They're both the same kind of grey. Moving house, same state and country. Good old Victoria, Australia. Yeah, fair. Nothing we can do about the sky being blue, hence looking purple. Very much so. Is the sky blue? So, no, it isn't actually. It's not blue. Do I have a reference for the Bone Collector mayhaps? Would like to draw some fan art? Yeah, so if you jump into the Discord, down in the Scholars Corner, if you go into Basic Lore and the Pit, sorry, it's a little bit of a journey, the Bone Collector appears there. There's no, universal look for the Bone Collector. Like, for example, Noctua has done fan art of the Bone Collector. That looks really, really cool. So that's just like a basic template for what it looks like. Work as a creature designer for a dark fantasy world. Of course, your ideas are dark. You and I are going to get along plenty well. I half jokingly mentioned that I'm a little edgy boy, but it's kind of true. Sephiroth is the epitome of character design for me. So if you tell me that you've got a particular interest in dark fantasy, like a house on fire, you really like Noctua's version of the Bone Collector, it's really cool, isn't it? Really, really, really cool. Makes sense? Glad it made sense. Yeah. Make it black and white real quick to demonstrate. How do I... Let me see if I can do it. Filter, animation, story, edit. Oh God, where is it? Layer, new correction layer. Hue saturation, maybe. There we go. Yeah, so if you can see that, the sky's a little bit brighter, but generally speaking, they're about the same degree of brightness. If anything, I should punch some more contrast into this. 13 is not mid. 13 is above mid. We're all a little edgy deep down in our cold black hearts. Okay, maybe not everybody. Maybe not everyone. A lot of people though. Ooh. With the natural 20. Good lord. It's a journey to the pit. It is. You think the green matches that spot of grey in the sky? Not the purple? This is your personal colourblind perspective. No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate... oh no. That's okay, Mech. You're going to enjoy it in the pit. It's really fun down there. It's a good time. Would not be the first organ trafficking you've created. Oh, no. Hey, if you need an organ trafficker designed, I'm your guy. It's like, why is that on your resume? Why is that prominently on your resume? Why is that at the top of your resume? What do you specialize in? Organ trafficking. Oh, God. The grey patch and the green are the same. Your eyes still work. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Hi, Katja. How you going? Thank you for the follow. Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you going? How was your weekend? You need that Nat 20 energy on Wednesday when you fight Strahd with your party. Oh, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Lax was just telling us before of their woes with with Strahd. It does not sound like a good time. Oh, close. Forgot there was any weekend at all? Oh, no. Sorry to hear it. That's okay. That's okay. There are always more. There are always more weekends to be found. You jump into the pit with a 19? Hell yeah, okay. I'd say with a 19, I'd say you grab one of the serving trays up in the tavern and you essentially skydive snowboard into the pit. You know that song that goes and it's like associated with surfing and stuff, and then the voice goes ha 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 wipe out. Yeah, that one. Yeah, you careen down, and you think you're gonna crash, but then you catch the right angle on the side of the pile, and you start careening down, absolutely carving up the pile of forgotten things. No, absolutely nailed it. At least you can use your work time to look at some amazing artists on True. Love the perspective and colour. Thank you. Been using so many greens recently, so undervalued colour. That's part of what I wanted to do with this piece is I've been working a lot in your classic blues and oranges, which is fine. It's effective. But I wanted to play with different types of contrast. So I wanted to try greens and purples this time, with an emphasis on unnatural colour for natural lighting. So that's what I've been learning with this one. It's been incredibly informative. I made a ton of mistakes, but we kind of like mistakes here. They lead to phenomenal amounts of learning. Greatly appreciated. Oops. Is there a church in the pit? Not that I know of. You could establish one if you wanted to. Have 5 hours to kill. Kill him in the next 2 weeks. Skipped the looking through the castle and immediately started fighting him. 3 of you, yourself included, hit on Strahd straight away. Yeah, okay. There's no turning around at this point then, by the sounds of things. Toxic greens and purples are so amazing. Made a study with green and purple. You made a study with green and purple. Turned out pretty pleasant. Well, that's the thing is I'm not going to become familiar with these feelings unless I give it a go. There's a king and a mafia. Oh no, Shepu. It's tough. It's tough. Going to establish a chapel that worships Miklas, the arch-seraph of the angel of the mercy who will treat the sick from the noxious gas. I do like that. I do like that a lot. There is, in the Discord, there's a section down the bottom called the Scholars Corner, specifically for law. If you want to establish a church in the pit, you absolutely may do so as you wish. You can just start a little article in there and quickly type something up. It doesn't need to be fully fleshed out. You can save it as a draft version and just have that going as a developing thing if you'd like. Absolutely can do that. Asked if he wanted another wife. He didn't say no. Oh, Strahd, you hot dog. Also have to talk with an ethical committee at work today, because turns out pointing at your manager incompetence out loud is vindictive and not professional. Oh, dearie dear. Yeah, no, I can see. Yeah, okay. One, that's very funny. Two, oh dear. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. Gonna work on this? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, I'm keen to see what you end up with. What they expected when they hired you after your first sentence on interview was micromanage you and you quit. Yeah, no, you gave them all the warning that they could ever possibly need. That's on them at that point. No, I agree. That's very funny. That's very, very, very funny. Party's not happy with you. Suddenly agreed that they were struggling, you'd help them out and take Stride's body back to your world and revive him. Ooh. Okay, so you do have an alternate ending in mind. Interesting. Okay, okay. I am always an advocate for... I see where the story is kind of being pushed, but have we considered all of our options? So it's really cool that you've run with something. You can't fix Strahd, don't try to fix... No, I could fix him. I could fix him. He's beautiful. Giving constructive criticism to the person who's paid to manage you. So it really should be evaluating management. The manager should be thanking you for for the feedback. For 2 years you were here, and once the major drama queen finally tries it with you, suddenly it's your fault and not boss's favoritism. Yeah, sorry, bud. Well, I hope the meeting goes well. Just a heads up, Billy, I'm going to be wanting to snooze ads for the next 3. Thanks, bud. Speaking of incompetence, I can't even snooze ads without help. So, who am I to judge? You work here because you're comfy. Want to fire you? They can. Find something else. You're unbothered. You're an unbothered queen. Hell yeah. Them who will be fricked. Oh, I'm glad that you've got self-confidence. I'm jealous. I wish I had a modicum of the self-confidence that you have. It's awesome. Your character is a high elf princess who fought in the army to prove her loyalty and then left because to become a wandering bard. And she can always fix him. Speaking of confidence, yeah, no, trust in the process. No, Mecca, I'm turning him off. It's been 4 hours, so I'll delay for as long as I can before I have to sign off for tonight. No more ads, I promise. Cross my heart, hope to die. Doodling Mr. Bone Collector as we speak. Ooh, I'd love to see. I'd love to see. If you do have something to post of him, there's a section up the top of the tavern called Tavern Fan Art. I would love to see it posted there. Would love to see. Your hand was on the mouse waiting for the 1 minute. Thank you. You wish you got to play Strahd? Oh, I've yet to do it. I've avoided pre-writtens like the plague. So it would definitely be a case of playing instead of running it. But I haven't, there's never been an offering of it, so I haven't been able to play it myself. Cries in Forever DM. I can't complain. I've had a healthy smattering of both. I was a Forever DM for about a year and a half. But then after that, I got a good helping of being able to play as a player, so I can't complain. Got you messed up. Would have been like, oops, walked into the wrong place or business. Couldn't be my job. Not with this disrespect. Would have packed and left that day. I mean, it's good to know what your own boundaries are. I'll say that much. Need to get paid, no stress. No. As I was saying, no ads. I promise. No ads for the rest of stream, for the next like 15 minutes or so. I promise. Thank you for being gracious, though. Thank you for being considerate. What are the golds for? Like add a mark to the tavern, art quest, and permanent stage access. Would you like to try the art quest, Kessa? Art quests are only temporarily available. Do you want to give it a go? Literally hope for anything. You choose death. I'm terrible at genie wishes. Dying is not something to hope for, even if you cross a heart. All right, okay, I'll consider my options. I'll go for something different. Her intimidation and performance are a +9. She has magic ocarina. Ooh, I do like that. Kessa, okay. You've actually reached for this parchment and you've pulled it from the dagger. You unfurl the paper and you read, Clyde the Lichmancer is wanting a picture of the tavern. Use your non-dominant hand. What do you reckon? Does this seem like a quest that you can embark on? Well, no. Fair enough. Okay. You roll up the parchment paper and you return it to the dagger. It sounds hard. I mean, quests are trying. They do challenge you. Was supposed to run Curse of Strahd, but none of your players replied to you whenever you asked their character sheets/schedules. That's tough. Yeah, I want to play D&D, but I don't want to be responsible for any of it happening. Such a cool plugin. You can thank Billy for that one. He's an absolute genius. Almost as though the Lichmancer doesn't want anything leading back to himself or you. He's a bit of a seedy character. What tablet am I using? I'm using a Wacom 1. I got it while it was on special. It's treated me pretty good. I've had it for about 4 years now. I aspire to eventually have a Cintiq or something a little bit more heavy duty, but I don't really need it. If anything, it would just be to future-proof myself for a while. You just bought Artist Pro 24 from Xpen. Ooh, XP Pen, nice. No, nothing so fancy. Ooh, shampoo. You take the quest that was abandoned before. Are you up for it? You'll take it? Okay, you sign your name. The deal has been struck. The contract established. Clyde expects great things. If you're looking for the details on the quest and you want to check it afterwards, it's in the quest logs in the tavern down the bottom. Gonna go explore the Twitch streamers. Good time zones. Thanks for stopping by, Daisy. Enjoy. 40% off. It's gorgeous and high quality. Nice. You have only one useful hand. That's fair. Ooh. The clock tower is looking a lot better. I did get supremely distracted this stream, but it's a good problem to have. A very good problem to have. I enjoyed our chats. It's looking a lot better. A lot better. So much so that I don't think I'll have to work on it much moving forward. I can very happily move to the rest of the painting and ignore it for the rest of the rendering. Next problem to sort out is the rest of the alleyway. I'm pretty happy with the rat. There are like a couple of things that I've noticed that I could pick up here and there. But overall, really happy with the rat, the coin, the puddle, everything. Like, all of the green is fine. It'll just be some of the alley details. Like the rope that's hanging from the roof there needs to be rendered a little bit more nicely. I need to put in the slats for the window up the top left. I need to highlight the ropes a little bit more up the top. I need to sort out what's going on with the clown laundry that's going on in the background there. I've got a rug that I need to throw over the roof there on the left. All sorts. But the clock tower, I'm happy with for now. Yes. I say that and immediately start. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just a little bit of it. Just that. No, that's fine. Yeah, there we go. See? Fixed. Cool. That's me for tonight. How long have I been doing art? That's a complicated question. So I'll give it a complicated answer. I'm sorry for sort of stringing it along, but it's worth sort of wading through. Press the show off button. My art. But it's true. I've kind of been doing arty things basically for as long as I can remember. But I haven't taken it seriously until about 4 years ago. That's when I started streaming, about 4 years ago. So that was the first, let's do it in reverse because the camera's in reverse. I started streaming about 4 years ago. Then I took a gap year to focus on skill improvement and take commissions and stuff and start building my brand essentially as an artist, like start taking on contracts and meet people and blah, 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 blah. I then started streaming again a year after that. And then this is the second year of me being back to streaming. I started as a traditional artist with acrylic on canvas and chalk pastel. Those were like my two main mediums. I worked in a little bit of charcoal as well. But very, 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 very casually. Very, 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 very casually. 4 years ago, I started on digital illustrations specifically because, one, lockdown, and two, because I was starting a D&D campaign during lockdown and wanted to make illustrations for my players. So I did that. I made illustrations for my players and fell in love with the whole thing. Fell in love with the process, fell in love with the feeling of just fulfillment that I got from going through the process of making things. So then I fully committed. So about 4 years ago, I've fully committed to being an artist for basically the rest of my life. So long answer, kind of my whole life. Short answer, a dedicated 4 years. Kind of where you started from as well, doing art for your friends and loved ones. Yep. Went the opposite direction, kind of started digital and went traditional. Don't count your children drawings. That's the thing, right? Because there's a little bit of nuance to it. But yeah, good for your brain. Yep. Writing up some lore to add to the world. Sanctuary will be built in an abandoned building near the noxious gas, where she will worship Miklas, the Archsheriff of Mercy. She'll heal the sick and work on growing the order. Brilliant. Glorious. Thank you for sharing. No, please. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you've found interest in what I do. That's awesome. But yeah, a new week. We should be finished with this piece Thursday, I think, because my intention is for Wednesday to do a little bit of practice, if anything. I need to do more studies, so I'm going to be turning Wednesday into like a learning stream, I think, for just a little bit. I'm going to focus on studies for now on Wednesdays. So Tuesday and Thursday I should be working on this, and it should be done by Thursday, fingers crossed. And then Friday should be community canvas, which will be fun. Yeah, that's everything. Started as a game developer at a small indie studio. Needed another artist. Couldn't find one you liked, so you went to art classes and eventually an art school. Loved it so much you pursued a career in it instead. That's so cool. That's awesome. That's all. Yeah, whenever anybody says like, I can't draw. Not true. Freaking not true. Even if you struggle to draw very physically. Like, it's a very physical barrier. Like, whatever capabilities are limited to you, you can't draw. There are other avenues of you creating art. It's amazing. It absolutely is every time. Where do you submit the quest? There is a section down the very, very, very bottom of the Discord called Quest Hand-In. It's above quest logs. And once you do, you'll see on the ending screen that your quest appears up the top. But regardless, I'm completely out of time and I'm completely out of snoozers, so ads are going to come in quick, so I've got to run. Thank you everybody for watching. Have a lovely start to your week. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves, and I'll catch you later. Bye everybody, bye.